Hello, world, and people of the audience. I'm Simeon Vasilev, chairman of GLASS Foundation, which strives for equality and inclusion of LGBTI people in Bulgaria. I'm also representing Sofia Pride and the business network Work It Out. You are watching the international forum Better Together, dedicated to well-being and inclusion of LGBTI people and employees at the workplace. A few hellos to start with. This is a hybrid event. It's happening online and physical, and I'm really super excited after a year and a half of no physical gatherings to finally see people in front of me, and I hope they're going to be a nice audience. We are broadcasting live from Lonchi, our partners in Sofia, Bulgaria. Hello to our online participants, and you look lovely today too. Don't panic, your cameras are not on, but your voices should be on, as we would love to hear your comments, feedback, and any questions you have for the speakers. So please use the chat option somewhere on your screen, and we're going to be make sure to ask these questions to our speakers. Hello to everyone watching us on social media through our partners' profiles. That's really an impressive cost posting effort, I can tell you. We are broadcasting live on 5 different pages. Unfortunately, we're not able to monitor all the comments and questions on the Facebook pages, so you won't be able to ask your question, but nevertheless, leave a comment and we'll make sure after the event to go through it. The event today is part of Prevent project. It's co-funded by the Rights, Equality and Citizenship Program of the European Commission. Prevent is a cross-European initiative uniting 5 partners from 3 different countries that aims to tackle discrimination and health risks of LGBTI employees. It also aims to raise awareness of employers on the Council Directive 98/391 on safety and health, create instruments that assist employers and, in the long run, contribute to the well-being and inclusion of LGBTI people at the workplace. Prevent is a collaboration between Savaria and Ivv Belgium, Bilitis and Glass Bulgaria, and Ivv Portugal. So thank you to our amazing partners in this project. I think every great conference starts with a joke, and I'm going to have one. So the CEO of a company is having a meeting with HR and recruitment, and the boss goes, "We need to focus on diversity. I want you to hire more people who look different, but think just like me." So diversity, equality, and inclusion, I didn't hear laughs in the audience. Maybe it wasn't that good joke. But diversity, equality, and inclusion in the workforce are ideals that many companies aspire to. Yet achieving these goals is often challenging. I hope that today's event will help many companies find new ways or reason alone to start their diversity and inclusion journey. Few spaces can have a deep impact on everyday lives of LGBTI people as the workplace. For starters, it is where most of us spend the majority of our hours awake. Work is about putting food on the table. But work is also about our identity, being able to contribute something of value greater than ourselves. And throughout that, ultimately, is about basic dignity and fairness. And despite progress in terms of broad public support for LGBTI equality in the European Union, and in great strides being made across different sectors, millions of people still do not feel comfortable being out at work. And I hope today's event will change that. Because when LGBTI people are compelled to stay closeted, everyone loses. Now, let's see a short video about today's topic, and we'll be back in a minute.
Before you go to work tomorrow, let us introduce you to the latest data from the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights. In the past 5 years, every 5th employee in the European Union has felt discriminated at work. Every second LGBTQ employee has been a victim of harassment and threats. Every third trans and intersexual person has been abused. One in 5 employees quit because of their differences. One of every 4 employees in the European Union hides their sexuality in the office. Every 10th of the respondents has been discriminated at a job interview. The policy of inclusion of different people leads to a healthier atmosphere and better results at work. Read carefully the European Directive, whose objective is to encourage measures of improvements of the safety, health, and well-being of employees working in the European Union. Because we're different. Together, we work better.
Because we're different, we work better together. You're going to be hearing that sentence a lot, and it was the motto of the whole campaign from the Prevent project. Earlier this year, IBM organized a global LGBTI innovation jam for 34 consecutive hours of virtual talks, and I was so happy to be part of this event. During this jam, more than 2,000 business leaders, subject matter experts, LGBT plus and allies came together online to discuss the unique needs within the LGBTI plus community. And out of this event also came the recent report Striving for Authenticity, with views on expanding inclusion. And with us here today is the author of the report, Eva Slate. They are global LGBTI leader at IBM. Eva, good morning from Sofia, and we are so happy to have you here. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. First of all, I just want to say what an absolute pleasure and privilege it is to be here today to speak with you all. I'm very jealous that so many of you are present. It feels like a very long time ago since I was at anything in person, but I'm glad that I'm able to come and kind of connect with you today, either in person or virtually. So yes, so the LGBT plus report. So this is a report, as you kindly kind of introduced there, that was developed by IBM alongside some of our key partners such as Out and Equal and Workplace Pride. So I've got some slides to go through today. I have quite a lot of slides, but I'm just going to kind of whiz through some of them and use them as kind of background talking points sort of thing. So the Ivv report, so Ivv is the IBM Institute for Business Value. So that's basically a part of IBM that focuses on research and kind of thought leadership. But what we basically did and what went into the report was 2 key aspects. The first one was the jam, which, as Simeon just said, was 34 continuous hours of dialogue, online text-based format. So basically think of like a super advanced kind of version of like an old school forum, where you could go in and have conversations with other people around so many different topics to do with LGBT plus inclusion and belonging. It really was fantastic, and there were so many powerful conversations that were had. And then that jam output has been combined with a piece of research that the IBV team have done already. So that research was done in 2020 and was a fantastic piece of research, although it was primarily focused in the US. So that's why we wanted to make sure that we were combining it with the jam that was more global and was more diverse. So that all kind of fed into the report itself. So I've kind of touched on the jam a little bit already. It was super duper fun. If we do a jam in the future, I'll make sure that everyone on the call is invited, because it really, really was amazing to meet with other jammers and to connect with other people. And just in terms of the number of people that we had, so we had almost 2,000 unique logins to the jam, so 2,000 people participating. 7% of the JAM participants identified as non-binary, 14% identified as transgender. We had 528 JAMers posting over 2,800 comments. So it really was an incredibly rich source of data and of information for all of us, and meant that we were able to really kind of harvest this data and use it to learn a lot about the community. Okay, so we then started the report by really focusing on the trans community. We fully appreciate that the trans community faced a great deal of hardship all around the world and faced very different struggles to the rest of the LGBT plus community. So as we said, 14% of the JAM participants identified as trans. And then more than 25% of trans people have lost their job due to bias. The National Centre of Trans Equality, that statistic. And then just another statistic, so 46% of trans people have at least some difficulty making ends meet, compared to 37% of LGBTI people overall, which was the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights. So you can see the kind of picture that we're painting when it comes to the trans community and the additional struggles that they face. And we have some kind of quotes here, and to just speak to a few of these, people are afraid of the backlash of coming out. This first quote here kind of really says it all. They're scared of how coming out as trans will impact their career as a leader. And that really is just staggering and really, really not good. So in terms of the kind of 4 key areas of the report, there were kind of 4 key areas of kind of findings, and I'll kind of walk you through high level each of those. And then there was also 4 key takeaways that we wanted other organizations to learn about. So I have lots of slides, so I will be like switching through the slides quite quickly. So do bear with me. So the first section of the report that we really learned a lot about was around fostering visibility, inclusion, and authenticity. So this was really around making sure that everybody was in a safe environment to be visible and to be included, and really making sure that it was just really talking to the importance of creating that safe space. And we talk about here kind of a heavier lift, so people feeling disadvantaged due to their identity, and Lgb people feeling 65% more disadvantaged compared to non-Lgb people. And we say LGB here because in the research study that was done by the Ivv team, we didn't have any transgender participants. So as a result of that, we want to make sure that we're using the correct language, and we are talking about the LGB experience in some parts of this, rather than the T experience as well. And that's why, again, the input from the JAM is so important to highlight that. I'll kind of gloss over that because I've kind of touched on that quickly already. So some other points around this kind of fostering this visibility, inclusion, and authenticity. So just a few comments here. So I'm going to touch on the kind of bottom one, which is around pronouns. And apologies, I should have said my pronouns at the beginning. My name's Ella Slade. My pronouns are they and them. So pronouns should never be required, and this was a really interesting discussion that we got into as part of the JAM. Safety for trans and non-binary folks should be the highest priority. Pronouns are part of the coming out process. Making them mandatory would out us and take away our autonomy. It is one of the few things we actually have control over. So this was obviously so many organizations, and IBM are one of them, are really driving forward for change when it comes to normalizing pronoun sharing. However, as part of that, we need to be reminded and listen to the trans community when they say things like, yes, sharing pronouns is great and is really useful, but it shouldn't be a mandatory field. It should be a suggested field. So that's just an important thing for us to consider. Another quote then, hiding a part of who we are is such an exhausting business. My mental health has definitely improved since I have freed myself from that 24/7 job. I'm sure those of you who are LGBT in the audience today can fully relate to that, just the mental capacity that it takes to cover and to hide your true identity is draining. So this really just speaks to the importance of creating that inclusive culture. The next section of the report then was really focused on intersectionality, and this is a topic that IBM and Out and Equal are incredibly passionate about. So this is really looking at the fact that, you know, no single identity defines us. There are many different elements that make up who we are, and those different identities can intersect in positive and in negative ways. So what we've done here is we've kind of highlighted some of the experiences that people have. So compared to the general US population, the group that has all three characteristics, race, gender, and sexual orientation, as me, so the same as me. So as in, if you are LGB, the group that has also LGB identities is less or more successful. So, you know, you can see the pretty kind of staggering results here. So for Black LGB people and Native American LGB people, they strongly believe, you know, 70% and 67%, that others with the same identity as them are less successful in society. And when you compare that with non-LGB people, when you compare that with white LGB people, you know, the fact that white LGB people feel like people with the same identity as them are equally as successful, if not more successful. It really is kind of staggering to see that that disparity there. And this just kind of takes it into a little bit more detail, so I'll just kind of touch on the quotes instead, because I find these just more impactful sometimes. So being an ally is simply practicing hearing and seeing someone accurately, which I thought was quite a powerful quote from someone part of the jam. The next one has to be flexible and able to quickly adapt and adopt new language to their vocabulary. What was considered correct yesterday could be totally wrong today. This was a really important one, and is one that, you know, we are all constantly learning about the correct language, but I think also just accepting that we will get things wrong and accepting that we will be corrected, and that's a great opportunity for us to change and to evolve, and not to see it as a negative. And then if we move on then to the third section, so this is the third section of the report, which was all around expanding corporate support and individual allyship, which was a really interesting one. So, you know, before companies can begin to reduce the discrimination LGBT plus people face, we must first understand the systemic inequalities that need to be addressed. So this is really on about understanding how it feels and what it looks like within large corporations, and how we can be supporting individual allyship. So JAM participants were asked, so of the, you know, nearly 2,000 JAM participants, they were asked, what grade would you give your employer for the efforts to promote LGBT plus diversity and inclusion at your company? So it was good. It wasn't wholly negative here. So, you know, a lot of the majority of people were in kind of giving an A or a B grade, which obviously were the top grades, around the efforts that their employer were giving. But, you know, we still need to recognize that we still have people that are doing kind of below par on that feel that their organization isn't doing enough. So that's a really important one to recognize too. Okay, so this top statistic is, for me personally, one of the most staggering statistics in the report, and that is that 45% of LGB people say that discrimination exists at their employer against those who share their sexual orientation. So that would be someone saying that, you know, at my company, yes, as a queer person, someone else that is queer would also be facing discrimination. So it was really shocking to see, because I feel like in the LGBT plus space, we have come so far, and we all know we have so much further to go, but it's quite harrowing sometimes to see these statistics and to see, actually, yes, we have come so far in terms of our rights around the world. Yes, not necessarily everywhere, but we have been making some progress. But to actually hear the reality from individuals' responses, I think is really important. Okay, yes, we also touched on quite a few kind of COVID-related things in the report as well. I'll make sure that the report is shared with everybody that is part of the session, so you can kind of go into a deeper dive on this. But COVID is showing home life much more realistically, and than the confines of a structured office. And as much as this makes some more comfortable, it makes others feel threatened and endangered. Yeah, there was lots of interesting comments around COVID and around the fact that it becomes more difficult to hide. If you are not out at work and your home life behind you is being shown, if you have a partner that walks past you, if you, I don't know, have some like queer art on the wall or a pride flag showing or something like that in your background that could, to your impression, give away the fact that you're LGBT plus, it can feel intrusive. And one thing that I found interesting that some IBMers have said to me is that the reverse is also true. Some people are out at work, but not out in their home life. And maybe due to COVID, were isolating with relatives, with parents, with elderly family members. And they normally would be on sessions like we are today and would be listening to this kind of content out loud. But maybe because of COVID and because of lockdown and stuff, they weren't able to do that so much, or they had to be more discreet about it because they didn't want to be outed to their family. So it's an interesting kind of double-edged thing when it comes to COVID and the work from home environment as well. Okay, so the final section then, and then we'll kind of open to see if anyone has any questions. So this was really the action guide for organizations. So things for you all to think about within your companies, things for other organizations to think about is these 4 things. The first one is fill the LGBT plus leadership pipeline. Really, really critical, this one, really making sure that we are supporting our LGBT plus talent and helping them to develop and to grow within their organizations. Setting clear expectations for employees. So this is really having a strong line and having a strong message to your employees about what is acceptable behavior. At IBM, we have our business conduct guidelines, which is basically the rules of being an IBMer, essentially. But then on top of that, we have additional mandatory trainings that are refreshed every year, such as our sexual harassment and bullying training, that does call out some things relating to the LGBT plus community as part of that. Institute non-discrimination policies and practices. Yeah, so not only is it important that you set that expectation in terms of your communication and your training, but it's also really important that we make sure that the policies are there and that your employees are being supported, from things like gender neutral restrooms, restroom policies in general, dress codes. Are dress codes even required? Making sure that you have all of the policies in place to make sure that every single LGBT plus people feel included. And the final one then is around using brand eminence as a tool for positive change. I don't need to tell you all that the world is, yes, moving forwards in some parts of the world when it comes to LGBT plus inclusion, but going backwards in some parts. And, we know our friends in Hungary have had a very difficult past year, and so have some of our friends in the US and Texas and Poland and some other countries as well. And it's very, very difficult to see. I personally, and this is not just me personally, this is also IBM, has a view that organizations should be doing something about that. And actually that large corporations have a responsibility to stand up for their LGBT plus employers and do whatever they can to influence any kind of positive change. So whether that's issuing statements, whether that's lobbying governments, whether that's signing open letters, whatever they can do, they should be doing, and they should really be exploring. And that's something that we have worked really hard at IBM, and I want to see us continue to do so, because this is where, in my view, we have such great opportunity to make change in the world. Okay, fantastic. So that's everything that I wanted to go through today. I'll now see if there's any questions or anything.
Thank you, Ella. You couldn't hear, but there were claps in the audience, in the physical audience here in Sofia. So thank you very much for this lovely presentation. Yeah, claps.
Oh,
yeah, now you can hear. That's my audience. Really, IBM has been one of our very strong allies and supporters in Bulgaria, and we've done numerous events. They've been supporting Sofia Pride, and that's what we really want to, in a way, push companies, not only to support the LGBTI agenda in countries like the UK, but in countries like Bulgaria as well. So what would be your comment on that? How can the companies, should the companies be afraid to support it in countries in Western or in Eastern Europe, or there should be a line and equality in towards the LGBTI agenda in the different countries?
Yeah, and that's a fantastic question. And I think My view on this is it comes back to where are we going to make the most impact? And for me, we're going to make the most impact in locations where they don't have as much of an accepting culture, where things haven't progressed as much as they maybe have in Western Europe or in the US or whatever. So I really strongly feel like organizations should be even more active and even more vocal in those countries where it is more difficult to do so. I will caveat that by saying, for me, the most important thing is making sure that we have local people that we are working with. So making sure that it is not just me sat over here in the UK deciding what happens in Hungary. You know, we need to make sure that it is actually the LGBT plus IBM employees in Hungary that are working on stuff, and that they get the support from me and the support from our executives and our team and all that kind of stuff, but really making sure that you know, we're not shying away from it. For example, in the UK, we actually, so we used to be a big sponsor of Pride in London every year, and we'd march in the parade and everything. And then a few years ago, we kind of thought, and we were like, we're not really making impact here. We're not making impact on the LGBT plus communities themselves. So what we did is we actually shifted our funding away from supporting Pride in London and to support two smaller organisations across the UK. So we supported Belfast Pride in Northern Ireland, where at that point in time, they still didn't have marriage equality. We also supported UK Black Pride, which again is a smaller organisation that's really focused around LGBT plus inclusion within the Black community. So for us, I see, and I would give this advice to other organisations too, be strategic. You have money, and if you're spending money, and if you're spending not even money, time to support certain communities, look at where you're really going to be able to make a difference and make an impact.
Thank you, Ella. That's a very nice conclusion. You have the money and the time, but also I think and the energy and commitment as companies to influence the equality of LGBTI people in the workplace. Thank you so much for opening today's conference, and I wish you a nice day in the UK. There is a question, will you be sharing your presentation and slides? So we would very much appreciate if you can send it to us so that we can share it with the people watching us live on the platform. Yeah, thank you so much.
I'll send you the slides and the full report as well, so you can all have a look at that.
Thank you. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your day.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good day. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
Bye. I love the claps. That's so exciting. Our next speaker has always approached diversity, equality, and inclusion in a non-traditional way. Whether she's creating self-sustaining mentorship programs or gamifying employee engagement, Ivv's unique energy and passion are infused in every initiative she tackles. In addition to a stint on the board of Chicago Financial Women's Alliance, Ivv has helped facilitate gender equality conferences in Chicago and is a diversity council champion representing 2,000 technologists at Morningstar. Ivv's presentation today will provide key insights for companies getting ready to kick off their own programs, as well as help reverse some of the negative impacts of existing programs. By reviewing the common pitfalls and challenges that many companies face as they work towards the right blend. Ivv will also provide an overview of the newest DEI program at Morningstar, which aims to increase engagement across all demographics and regions in the company. Ivv, can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
Excellent. I love it when technology works. Good morning.
Good morning and good day from Sofia. I know it's like 2:30 a.m. or something in the US.
It is 2:30 in the morning in Chicago right now, yes.
Thank you for looking so fresh at 2:30 a.m. in the morning in Chicago.
Well, thank you.
And the floor is yours. It's a pleasure to have you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, wherever you are. I am Ivv Report. I live in Chicago, and I have a little bit of information about myself on this slide, which I'll go through fairly quickly. I have a lot to cover, but I wanted to give a little bit of context. So I grew up in the Silicon Valley in California, so anyone who's worked with Workday or PeopleSoft, that's where I grew up. I have lived in Chicago for the last 16 years. I have a spouse, 2 stepchildren, and a daughter. I identify as queer, and if that doesn't translate well, or if some have trouble with that term, it's I identify in the plus of LGBTI plus. And I enjoy nerdy and geeky hobbies like board games, cosplay, which is, dressing up like famous movie or anime or comic book characters. And I'm a knitter. You can see my yarn behind me. That will become relevant later. And I have lots of experience in a number of different industries, and I have worked in diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging programs across all of those industries. I'm going to shorten diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging to DEI because we don't have that much time for me to say it as many times as I'm going to today. And over that time, across all of those industries, I really developed that passion for creating safe spaces for the underrepresented. And I'm really looking forward to sharing some of what I've learned with you all today. So let's get started. Anytime you start working on a DEI initiative in the workplace, it's really important to start with your why. Diversity programs are all the rage right now. There's a lot of focus on making sure that companies have a focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion, but why? And the reasons are all over the place. In some places, it's the law, you have to. And in other places, it's because people have had bad experiences that they don't want others to experience as well. And as you get down through it, there are no good reasons not to work on DEI. And my favorite quote that I heard at a Juneteenth event in the US, Juneteenth is the celebration of the freedom of the enslaved folks. And someone said that they're tired of hearing people asking them to justify diversity. And he flipped it around and said, justify not having diversity. And that kind of flipped it for me too, is if you're not thinking about why you should be doing things, it becomes a lot easier. It's like, well, why not? Let's do this. Let's do this because it's the right thing to do. So the why becomes easier when you focus on that. So then the question becomes, what's your what? What do you want to change? What do you want to be different in your workplace? What are these DEI programs you're going to be building? What's the solution? What does success look like? And across all the DEI programs I've seen and participated in, there's really 3 goals. Usually there's more and different phrasing, but it's really the 3 R's: retention, recruiting, and reputation. You want to retain the folks that you've got, you want to recruit more in to bring more diversity of thought, and you want to have a reputation as a company that embraces diversity and as Slade was saying, has a positive impact around the world. So you've got your why, you've got your what, but where do you start? If you've got a small group of folks that are part of these underrepresented communities, you want to retain them. Because that's important, because if you can't retain them, your reputation takes a hit. If your reputation takes a hit, you can't recruit anybody. But if you don't have that many folks in the company, then you need to recruit them. And in order to recruit them, you need a good reputation. So there's really a challenge on where to start with all of these things. But everyone agrees that those 3 things are very important. So the way that I try to outline this on how to get started is you kind of look at it as reputation is what everybody wants. Reputation is the big thing that everybody looks at. But you really need to focus on that hinge point on the bottom of this slide of what is your retention? What is your internal community support for your employees? What safe spaces are you creating for them? Then you can start to look at recruiting, because if you don't have members of community doing interviews or doing outreach, people are not necessarily going to feel welcome in your company. Then as you retain the folks that you have, as you recruit more folks in, then your reputation kind of builds on itself. So I think we can all agree that's the ideal. We want all of these things. So how do we get there? We get there by starting usually with what in the US we've been calling affinity groups. So affinity groups are usually grassroots organizations started by some very strong-willed folks who want to gather their community together and provide a safe space and a supportive environment for their colleagues. So sometimes they'll reach out to an executive for sponsorship. Sometimes that sponsor is a member of the community. Sometimes they're an ally, but it's usually just that one executive sponsor, a handful of folks, depending on the size of the company, And they get together, they have cocktail hours, they have coffee breaks, they do lunch together, and they really just kind of create a microcosm of the community within their company. And that's great, and that's really important. But the challenge with that is there's minimal ally activation. Allies don't want to encroach on safe spaces. So they want that safe space to exist for their friends and their colleagues, but it doesn't really give them anywhere to go or anything to do. And also, if you've only got a single executive sponsor, your funding options are limited. So there's really not much that you can do. You know, as Slade said, you need the money as well as the time. And because it's just the folks that are members of the community, there's a tax on the underrepresented. Somebody's got to plan those events. Somebody's got to make sure that everybody's calendar lines up. Somebody's got to make sure that people know what to do and where to go. And that starts to put the burden even further on the members of the community. So then those affinity groups start to push back and evolve into the next step of diversity programs, which are employee resource groups, or ERGs. And that is where we start to get broader acceptance. We get to more awareness that this is a group that exists. It's less club-like and more part of the business. You see much more broad-reaching cocktail hours and networking events where people outside the community are invited in. This is where you can pull your allies in, and sometimes you get more executive sponsorship. This is where you start to build your relationships with your community partners, where you start active recruiting campaigns in specific locations that reach the community you're trying to support, and where you have education opportunities like book clubs, or you bring in guest speakers, and you just start to try to, ERGs are really focused on bringing awareness to the folks who have no idea what they're missing out on by not knowing that all this information is out there. The people who say, well, what does diversity do? The education is for them. And also kind of pushing forward on that recruiting, bringing people in, building the community partnership with the company as well as the non-employee communities. So that sounds great. And the challenges there are allies may or may not be sure where they belong yet. There is still minimal funding because nothing's officially allocated to employee resource groups a lot of the time. There's still that tax on the underrepresented. And the worst part is a lot of times once employee resource groups get some traction that feels more than the affinity group, it feels like we're done. You've got your affinity group, we're reaching out to these community partners, we've got good recruiting outlets, we're done. We don't need to focus on anything related to diversity anymore. The ERG's got it. And that's where things start to stagnate. And that's where ERGs have been around for 50 plus years, and we're still seeing the same challenges. We're seeing them look different than they did 50 years ago, but we're still seeing the same challenges. So now it's time to continue to evolve into what we've been calling business resource groups. So business resource groups are the continued evolution of employee resource groups. And that's where employee resource groups goals are embedded into the objectives, policies, and practices of the business. This is where you start to see actual budget allocations to ERG goals. This is where you start to see full-time roles dedicated to ERG work or meeting the goals of those ERGs. This is where you start to see the policy and product changes that are specific to the communities. This is where you start to see a diverse and inclusive customer focus, where people are starting to look for the gaps in their customer base as well as their employee base. And where you see community-focused mentoring programs for emerging leaders. You know, Slade's report talked about how we need to make sure that we're focusing on the career trajectory of, specifically our trans colleagues. We need to make sure that we have mechanisms in place, such as mentoring programs, to push those forward. So that's what a BRG can do. I've seen BRGs change parental leave policies to allow for adoption and paternity leave, and not just the person who gave birth taking time off, but the whole family when a new baby or child comes to the family. I've seen making sure that transition surgeries are covered by insurance, and that there's enough medical leave time to give those folks time to recover. Those are the kinds of things that start with the ERG as a goal, but can't push forward until they get to that BRG level of influence within the company. So that's the best case. The challenge is sometimes once it's a full-time role, once it's part of the objectives, it kind of gets away from the ERG, and the goals of the ERG kind of get overwritten by someone who may not be a member of the community thinking that they know best. You know, the allies that think they know but aren't quite there yet and have the power and the funding, that's where we start to see accusations of companies making performative changes rather than actual changes. And that's why it's really important to make sure that you're balancing all of those things. You cannot lose the focus on the affinity group, the actual community that you are trying to support with these diversity programs, because without that, everything falls down. So that's the DEI program progression. And this is kind of the high level, best case, what I wish every company could possibly do to support the communities that we have. So again, looking at the challenges across all of those groups. You've got ally activation as a challenge, you've got funding as a challenge, and then you've got the idea of performative actions. So the best way that I've seen as a way to counteract the lack of ally activation is to start an ally affinity group or ERG. This is something that existed at Morningstar before I started, and I think it's brilliant because just like underrepresented communities need that safe space to talk about what they're experiencing, allies need a safe space to ask the questions that they're not comfortable asking anyone else. You know, there's a lot of learning that needs to be done on the ally side, and if they don't have a safe place to go, then they don't know where to start, and so they don't. And that's where we miss out a lot on the support that we need from them. So I think starting with a specific allies group has been really tremendously helpful on the Morningstar side with our ERG support. And also, the more allies you have, the more avenues to funding you have until you get to that BRG level where you have funding allocated, because allies are connected. So that kind of solves the rest of the issues, right? If you've got more people engaged, more allies engaged, that's less of a tax on the underrepresented. They have the connections to get the funding. So you've got the time and the money that Slade was talking about. So that's overall, those are the challenges that I've seen. And it seems really easy to just solve those problems with, you know, starting an allies ERG and getting some money and then you can call it done. But we all know that it's harder than that. So what does it mean to be an ally? And Slade talked about this a little bit, you know, making sure that you're paying attention to, you know, speaking up when you see or hear something that is discriminatory, or even just a microaggression, something that a joke that somebody says that's inappropriate, not leaving it to the person who was the target of that microaggression, but being the person that speaks up, right? That's what it means to be an ally a lot of the time. But another way that it's important to be an ally is to look around and see who's not there. So how many people noticed that I only had one Black person in my entire presentation up until now? And that one Black person that I had was out of focus and not engaged in the conversation that was happening in that picture. I noticed because I was looking for additional pictures to have on this that had better representation. And it's something that I struggle with all the time. And I know that there are other stock photo places that you can go to get those, but not everybody else does. And so this is something that as an ally who lives in Chicago, which is 30% Black, my presentations should look like where I live. And that is something that as an ally, I need to push for and need to point out when I don't see it myself. The other thing that I don't see here is anyone with any physical differences. We don't see any wheelchairs. We don't see any assistive devices. And the erasure of those types of challenges mean that nobody's looking to solve them yet. So being an ally is not just pointing out things you see, but pointing at things that you don't see, I think is equally important. So I want to quickly get into what Morningstar is doing. And I mentioned that I play board games and dress up like superheroes and knit and all kinds of crazy things. And I brought that up because now it's relevant. Morningstar is full of what we call nerds or geeks. We have an official board gaming group at Morningstar where pre-pandemic we would gather around a table and play board games. You can see our out at Morningstar, our LGBTI group has our little meeple stickers that we put on our laptops, much to the chagrin of our support desk. And, partnered with the Tabletop Gamers thing for this event that has great pictures. So knowing that Morningstar loves games and plays like the really complicated role-playing type games, I thought it would be really interesting to build a diversity program based on role-playing games. And for those who don't know what role-playing games are, a lot of times you hear Dungeons and Dragons, a lot of times there are video games that are role-playing based. Role-playing games are basically games where a group of folks get together, usually around a table, and they create their own character, and each character has very particular skill sets. And that group of people is given a common goal. And sometimes that goal is go fight the monster, and sometimes that goal is go find a thing. But the goal of that group, that adventure party, is to use their disparate skill sets to their advantage to go solve that problem. So what better way, and there are dice involved, what better way for a DEI program to be based around is a bunch of people sitting around a table working together to try to save the world. I like it. So I created the DEI Adventure Program. And this started in the technology group because I am the diversity champion for the technology group. And once I started describing it to the other parts of the business at Morningstar, we have more and more groups joining the game every week, which is really exciting. So the game itself is kind of broken down into guilds, quests, and experience points, which I'll get into. So starting with the guild, this is where when you have allies who don't know where to start, or even when you have, just anyone who doesn't know where to start because there's so much to do, the first thing you have to figure out is what you want your adventure to look like. And when you think of diversity work, a lot of people think of warriors. They're the ones that are out, volunteering with the community. They're the ones who are starting the affinity groups when there isn't one. They're the ones running the events. They're the ones that are working directly with the communities to push their goals forward and make things better. But every warrior knows they cannot do that alone. They need support from other groups. And so that brings us to the next guild, which are the scribes. And our scribes are the ones who handle all of the back end stuff. Volunteers don't know where to go if they don't have a scribe who's been sitting on the phone and sending emails back and forth with that community partner, finding out how many people, is there a donation required? How do what do these people need to do and where should they show up, right? Somebody needed to do that. And it's not always the warriors who are going to spend their time doing that because they're spending their time volunteering. The scribes are very important for that. Our scribes also build our diversity dashboards. They submit the paperwork for our Best in Class awards. They're the ones who submit our colleagues for, notable LGB executives, right? So all of that publicity that companies get is built on the backs of scribes' work. And I think it's interesting. You've got the warriors who are out there and the scribes who are just sitting at their desk making things happen, and you never know the level of effort that went into it. And so they're the most under-celebrated group that I can think of. The next group we have are our wizards. And, you think about wizards, there's usually long robes, pointy hat, lots of scrolls. And wizards are accumulators of knowledge. That's what those scrolls are. So with something like diversity programs, scrolls look like TED Talks or articles or books to read or LinkedIn learning courses or anything that provides education for people to learn about what they didn't know about before. And our wizards are also our builders. So I'll get into it in a minute, but our wizards are building our tool that we're using to track this game. Last but not least, we have our storytellers. which are the ones who talk about everything that's going on. There's a lot of great work that a lot of people are doing, and if nobody's talking about it, then nobody knows to share it or to celebrate it or to join in or anything like that. So I am the leader of the Storytellers Guild at Morningstar. Clearly, I love to talk about this. And it's important that we celebrate the fact that people, sometimes all they can do is share a post. Sometimes all they can do, they can't volunteer for whatever reasons, but they can tell 10 of their friends to volunteer, and then you've got 10 volunteers that you wouldn't have had before. So each of these guilds is very important and very different, so that people who aren't sure where to start, they're like, I don't know, I don't really want to go volunteer with this, especially during COVID. I would just rather make a difference some other way. Okay, cool. Fill out the paperwork, right? That it doesn't need to be one or the other. That said, I'm the leader of the Storytellers Guild, and I almost have as many warrior points as I do storyteller points. I'll get into points in a minute. So cross-guild participation is not only allowed, it is highly encouraged, because people are multifaceted humans that have more than one thing they like to do. So we started with this, and this is not really a full list of things, but games are no fun without points, and having an idea of the type of work to do is great direction, but not really tactically helpful. So we broke down some standard tasks that could be done and assigned points to them. In technology, everyone has an annual goal of 1,500 points. So, and they have an entire year to get 1,500 points. It is not hard. I have over 4,000 right now. And you can see I've bolded some of the ones that I think audience members today have probably already done as part of this event. You're probably already some kind of a DEI champion. You may or may not have founded an ERG before. If you're helping out with the event, thank you, you'll get points. If you helped plan this event, thank you, you'll get more points. And once you finish today's event and take back everything that you've learned and start to make suggestions at your company, you get points. Get points for attending this talk right now, right? There's points everywhere. And I am getting points for speaking, which is very exciting to me personally. So there is always something that can be done. And that's the purpose of this table, is to show that it doesn't have to be hard. It can be something as simple as joining an ERG, something as simple as reading a chapter. It doesn't have to be earth-shattering to get allies engaged. So we rolled this program out in February, and already we're seeing so many changes on the Morningstar side. The picture with the young girl and the woman holding a book, the young girl wrote that book about what it's like to grow up being different from her classmates. And she self-published it, and she's the daughter of one of our cloud services engineers. And so he was able to share this book, which got him storyteller points. And anyone who reads it gets wizard points. So there's a lot more awareness about what's going on with our colleagues, just coming from that one, hey, my daughter wrote a book. One team dedicated an entire day to removing problematic terminology from our source code on one of our products. They called it their DEI day, and they felt empowered to do that. They had wanted to do it for a while, but they felt empowered to take an entire day, not doing anything else, to solve the problematic terminology problem because of this game. On the previous slide, there was, you get points for adding your pronouns to your, we have Zoom, so your Zoom name and your signature. And it's not required, but you do get points for it, because if everyone has their pronouns, then those that aren't comfortable sharing their pronouns have a little bit of a safer space. And even if they're still not comfortable sharing their pronouns, they know that they have support. So that's an important thing, and especially awareness. You know, we've got a lot of folks who don't understand why pronouns are important. So when I have it on my Zoom name, people can ask me and not have to put the burden on the folks with the so-called non-standard pronouns, right? And we're also making sure that when we have panel presentations, that we have good diversity on that as well. So this is just from the last year, the changes that we've seen. And I realize I am taking time. So the quests that we have, because everything's more fun when you have a quest, we've got volunteer opportunities. There's that inclusive language thing I've talked about. I'm trying to get more help building this program out to be more exciting. And this is where folks can kind of choose their adventure a little bit more. I need a lot of scribes, which is why they're red. Our wizard folks are working on accessibility for our products and stuff like that. So this is just ways that we have a leader who can say, you get this many points for doing this work. And it helps give folks direction on the changes that they can make. So I could talk about this forever, but I am running out of time if I'm not already out of time. So I encourage everyone to, if you have questions that we don't have time for today, reach out to me. I would love to share this program with you. And if Warrior, Scribe, Wizard, and Storyteller is too nerdy for you, I've added the standard community leaders, allies, supporters, researchers, experts, and speakers, writers, just to give you a little bit of a guide there.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's really an impressive D&I journey, and thank you so much for this very valuable input. There are some comments already on the platform. You can read them afterwards. And if there are any questions, we'll make sure to send those to you straight away. So I wish you a good night and sleep tight.
Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your event.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You're watching the Better Together International Forum, and a special thanks to our sign language translators today with us here. I know it's a challenging work to translate all these terms in English, but they are making a fantastic job. So a round of applause for the translators. Our next guest is he's physically here, first of all, so this is something very exciting. But he's also a World Bank economist with over 12 years of experience in the design and management of transport and logistic projects, technical assistance and knowledge products. A Colombian national, since 2017, he has worked in the finance, competitiveness, and innovation global practice, leading the implementation of trade and logistic projects in East Africa, and contributing the broader policy dialogue in countries undergoing major reform like Ethiopia and Kenya. The experience of being an LGBTI employee within such a multilateral organization, Stephen Farji, the floor is yours. Welcome.
So can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Simeon, and good morning, everyone. I don't really have any jokes to start my presentation, but hopefully I will try to keep it light. And well, first of all, I would like to introduce myself, although Simeon has already done the work for me. I have worked in the past 12 years at the World Bank in trade, competitiveness, and transport operations. I have to make a disclaimer, though, that I'm here as in a personal capacity and not, contrary to my fellow panelists, I'm not an HR expert on diversity or inclusion. But for me, it's actually very important to be in this forum because, I relate to it on a personal level. Considering that I have, come a long way in accepting my sexuality as a gay man. And it was thanks to the inclusive policies of the multilateral organization that I worked with, and also the Inter-American Development Bank, where I used to work before, where I actually managed to come in terms with my own sexuality. So again, here in a personal capacity, non-expert, so please no huge technical questions that I may not be able to answer, but I will be discussing some of the groundbreaking work that the World Bank has done in terms of diversity and inclusion, as well as some of the operational work in terms of sexual orientation and gender identity. So this is the structure of the presentation that I intend to follow. Just give you a very quick high-level overview of all aspects, starting with what the World Bank does, then some of the LGBTI awareness building, outreach, and diversity and inclusion policies, then going on this to discuss some of the how this agenda is being gradually operationalized in some of the countries that we work with, and some final reflections for further work and action, not only from the World Bank, but in general from the development community. So the World Bank is the leading multilateral development bank. It has 189 member countries, about 16,000 permanent staff, offices around 130 locations, including one here in Sofia, Bulgaria. I have actually worked with Eastern Europe, but I had never had the chance to come to Sofia, so it's great to actually come, not on a work-related assignment, but on something that touches on me more personally. There are three priorities of engagement. The first and most important overarching objective is to end poverty and boost shared prosperity among the bottom 40% of the income distribution. Second is to help create sustainable economic growth by investing in people. And this not only entails education, health, but also equality among disadvantaged groups and minorities. And also, well, third one is building resilience to shocks and threats, and this includes, of course, climate change, systemic shocks like the pandemic that we're going through, but also addressing violence against groups such as the LGBTI population. In order to meet these objectives, we have a menu of financial products that range from investment loans to policy-based lending to also guarantees, but also significant work on knowledge creation and analytical work and technical assistance to our member countries. Here very quickly, I just wanted to show the geographic coverage of the operations. Since its origin in 1947, the World Bank has financed 12,000 development loans. Currently, the portfolio is about 3,000 projects, which total 309 billion. And these range from social protection, health, education, but also infrastructure and governance, and also policy-based lending, which is lending on budget support that is tied to a country or a government advancing some reforms that may or may not include human rights, and I'll touch on that shortly. There has also been funds set up for COVID-19 health projects, so about 155 operations in the last, since the pandemic started in 54 countries. And then something, there are much more to that, so I'm just giving a very high level overview, but one aspect that has figured prominently in the agenda is the incorporation of a gender dimension in our operations. So, since I believe 2017, there is a target, which I do not remember exactly what it is, but it's a percentage of operations that the bank need to be gender tag, and this includes identification on what are the gender gaps that we observe in the sector or in a country, some activities and actions to address those gaps, and also some indicators to track achievement. We will see, however, that when it comes to sexual orientation and gender identity, and I will refer to this as the SOGI agenda, there has been a significant piecemeal progress, but it is not yet a corporate requirement for reasons that I will discuss. So moving now to the main topic of this forum, the focus of the recent efforts from our HR team have been on awareness building, so promoting more aware and inclusive workplace climate and culture for LGBTI employees within the World Bank Group, then fostering and facilitating dialogue on development of institutional policies that support diversity and inclusion, operational support, so basically what I was discussing right now on operationalizing and institutionalizing the SOGI agenda, and then empowering outreach and networking activities to empower LGBTI employees, and also provide an example and to enhance the existence of LGBTI in the workplace. Anyway, so can you see the presentation? Okay. So here I just wanted to very quickly depict a timeline of the achievements in terms of employee well-being and inclusion. I have to say that this is a collaborative effort between the Diversity and Inclusion Office of the Human Resource Team and GLOBE, which is the gay and lesbian organization of bank employees, which was first set up as a social club back in 1993. I wasn't there. I'm not that old. thankfully, I mean, I was just like in elementary school back there, but this is when the dialogue actually started to begin. And this organization transitioned into a more active group that engaged in dialogue with HR on, of course, insurance benefits to ensure that there was going to be a level playing field, you know, between LGBTI population and our heterosexual counterparts. So the very first achievements included, you know, advancing health insurance to LGBTI population and their partners, extending family benefits to same-sex domestic partners, but you know, in reality, most of the most of the achievements have taken place since 2010. Since the launching, for example, of a workplace climate survey, which I will touch on briefly, and also the extension of visas and permits to same-sex partners and the ability to work. A disclaimer here is that most of these benefits apply to headquarter-based staff, which the headquarters is in Washington. However, for international workers, those who are located in country offices, you have similar type of access, but again, it varies significantly depending on the legislative and overall constitutional framework that a country has. So, as I mentioned, you know, there were essentially three big wins since 2014. First, child planning benefits for LGBTI have been extended regardless of whether, you know, child is naturally born or through surrogacy or through adoption. So basically this shows that there is simply no non-gender language in the use of these benefits. Also the health plan that we have in the United States, and I cannot speak about other countries, but at least in the United States, includes gender reaffirming surgery for employees and their dependents. And there's also parental leave benefits to same-sex domestic partners using non-gendered language. And this is only since 2018, so even before that, only women would be eligible for maternity leave. Now it has been extended to all different, I mean, regardless of gender. Oh, sorry about, there's a little bit of distortion there in the presentation. But anyway, here I just wanted to quickly show that, you know, the main focus of the DNA inclusion office has several pillars on which we find identity and, you know, sexual orientation. There are a lot of you know, resources that are made available for LGBTI staff, which I have actually used a lot when planning my work. There's a staff guide which very clear information as to what these resources are, but more importantly, a checklist for relocation and for missions. You know, for example, I have to travel to countries where there may be some very harsh anti-LGBTI legislation, unfortunately, and you know, you have a list of risks well identified and how, you know, to address them in the case they emerge. There's also a task force on support for mobility for LGBTI staff who decide to relocate. And as I mentioned, there are significant awareness and outreach activities such as International Day Against Homophobia and Transphobia and Biphobia. There's also Globe is actually represented at the Washington Gay Pride. I did march once. I'm not the president, by the way, but I try to be as active as I can in the organization. And there have been, as I mentioned, 3 workplace climate surveys, 2011, 2015, and 2019. So in 2019, about 2,500 staff and consultants from around the world filed, completed the survey. According to this survey, about 17% of staff and consultants identified as LGBTI. Again, there may be a level of self-selection bias because, I mean, you're more prone to answering finalizing the survey if you are LGBTI, but this shows that there's a non-trivial share of the, WGI staff that are in this group. However, something that is worrying is that up to 45% of them don't feel comfortable discussing their sexuality at work. And this, unsurprisingly, this comes from countries where there is overt discrimination against the LGBTI group. So, of course, even internally, there's still a lot of work to be done. Finally, I mean, other resources and actions that the HR team has made available. So there's confidential support and orientation in LGBTI issues, which I, for example, have, have access to. There is a significant engagement between HR and senior management to address threats when they come. Or even for senior management in country offices to react or diplomatically react to potential cases of overt discrimination against LGBTI employees in these countries. So there are protocols that have been set up for that. As I mentioned, there are awareness sessions and different types of activities. Now I want to discuss a little bit some of the operational work and knowledge work that we do in this regard. And again, as a non-expert, as I work on trade competitiveness issues, but have started to become more acquainted with this agenda. So here I wanted to portray the map of sexual orientation laws in the world. There are about 60 countries, 64 countries that still outlaw homosexuality entirely. And many of these countries are located in regions such as East Africa, Middle East, and North Africa, and even in South Asia. These are countries where we are quite active, for example. I mean, in my case, for example, I work a lot with Ethiopia, Kenya, Malawi. And even though there are entry points to foster the dialogue on these issues, it has been somehow difficult because LGBTI population aren't even identified as a collective in these countries. However, there has been significant progress in other places such as Latin America and even here in Eastern Europe. As I will show, the knowledge agenda has advanced significantly. So again, very quickly, I wanted to show this timeline of milestones when it comes to knowledge and operational work. I mean, as you can see, since the early 1990s until 2010s, there was pretty much a policy of, benign neglect, how I decided to title my presentation, because even though the bank understood that LGBTI population was disadvantaged and was not constitutionally protected or, had access to legal measures, it was not necessarily addressed through our operations. So even though there were initiatives, for example, the creation of UNAIDS and then Global HIV/AIDS Program of Action, these span well beyond the LGBTI population, even though, of course, the LGBTI population was one of the most affected groups. Now, only until 2012, in the report called Inclusion Matters, LGBTI was identified as one of the groups that is systematically disadvantaged, and whereby the disadvantage and discrimination that LGBTI populations face, it does not contribute directly to poverty reduction and shared prosperity. So this was perhaps the very first time that the matters were surfaced directly in some of the operational work. Now, in 2014, there was a creation of this SOGI, Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Task Force, to precisely advance on the dialogue, stimulate, interest on behalf of countries that we work in. And since then, there has been a mushrooming of knowledge, products, studies in different countries. So, for example, there was this study on the cost of LGBTI exclusion in India, which started collecting data to fill in existing data gaps about living standards of the LGBTI population. For example, the study found that LGBTI exclusion could lead to losses of around 1.9 billion a year, and this is like the lower end estimates. Now, since then, there has been research on LGBTI population in several countries in Latin America, Thailand, Western Balkans, Serbia, and I'm not going to get into the details of each of these studies. I mean, they are public; you can actually access them. But of course, unsurprisingly, in all of these studies, what you find is that the LGBTI population are overrepresented in the bottom 40%, and that, of course, their systematic exclusion from labor market opportunities for health and education, and particularly in Latin America and in Thailand, for example, even in Indonesia as well. I read something about transphobia in Indonesia. There is significant violence and harassment. I mean, you are all experts around this, and you know very well the problems that Eastern Europe faces, but the situation is much more dire in other countries. So again, these are the main pillars of the SOGI work. Very quickly, I mean, as I said, the larger pillar is the regional, country, and operational work. So there are country notes, country case studies, and impact evaluations done on the SOGI agenda. There are country-specific surveys and data collection on LGBTI issues. As you know, there's significant data gaps, and through some of the work that the SOGI is doing, financed by the bank, but also financed by other donors for which we administer some trust funds, they have really come to fill in those existing gaps. There has been the development of some indexes. So there's an index called Global Index on Legal Recognition of Homosexual Orientation, and the Transgenders' Right Index, which examines 8 legal measures to determine the treatment of LGBTI population under the law. And all of these knowledge products, of course, create entry points for policy-based lending. I mean, there hasn't been policy-based lending focused on SOGI, but there are, for example, policy triggers that try to promote inclusion of LGBTI population at the constitutional level, for example. The second pillar relates to the environmental social framework. So the environmental social framework guides the World Bank's work on environmental and social safeguards. So for example, whenever we're preparing or implementing an operation, we have to make sure that some standards are met. And these range from controlling pollution to ensuring that affected populations are resettled, etc. But one of the standards within this new environmental social framework relates to, I'm moving a little bit too much, relates to consultations, stakeholder consultations. In general, those populations that are likely to be affected by a project need to be consulted, and of course some of their grievances addressed properly. The experience with the bank is that consulting indigenous groups, some other minorities, even people with disabilities, for example, or women that are facing disadvantages, has been quite well. When it comes to the LGBTI community, is much less so, because again, in many of these countries, LGBTI community are not even recognized; they're identified as part of these groups. So this was actually one of the most contentious issues when drafting this new framework, which I think came about in 2018 or 2017, but anyway, it's relatively new. It's much more all-encompassing than the previous safeguard policy. But of course, this has always been an issue, so you will not see LGBTI in any single document related to ESF. However, there are SOGI good practice notes that have been developed for task team leaders like myself. There are also trainings available on how to address these issues. So, I mean, there's again piecemeal progress, but again, it's not fully institutionalized, and for reasons that are beyond the bank's mandate or control. Finally, there are significant partnerships with other, development partners working in this agenda, such as the UNDP, and their presentations on where there are, for example, in countries that are considered to be SOGI friendly. So as final reflections, I mean, as I explained before, there has been groundbreaking accomplishment in the last 2 decades in terms of diversity and inclusion, awareness building, and outreach. I mean, at the end of the day, the World Bank has one of the most progressive HR policies for LGBTI staff. At the operational level, as I mentioned, we have moved from a policy of benign neglect to more outreach, knowledge creation. But again, and all of these feeds into what we call our country partnership framework, which guides our operations with other countries, and our systematic country diagnostics, which outline some of the constraints to development that countries may face. And these figures in some CPFs and CSS, but again, it's entirely demand-driven, so we cannot really impose on this. However, in countries where there's still overt discrimination, there's an overarching message that the World Bank supports human rights, that the LGBTI discrimination should not be overt, should not be tolerated, but a lot of challenges still remain. I mean, one of them, for example, is internally shifting the mindset on LGBTI issues among World Bank staff. The survey showed, for example, that a lot of staff still have negative attitudes and values on LGBTI issues. Also in legitimizing LGBTI population within the ESF, as I mentioned, and then ensuring that there's a systemic shift, well, not ensuring, but promoting a systemic shift in legal and policy frameworks in regions that have overt LGBTI discrimination. Again, this is outside the bank mandate. We cannot intrude on policy matters and legislative and constitutional processes in countries that we work in, but we can certainly trigger change through building awareness and creating evidence-based and an evidence-based that systematic discrimination of LGBTI from political, economic, and cultural life may lead to more poverty. So anyway, I actually just wanted to share this picture with you, which clearly I took because it's quite blurred and out of shape entirely. But this was actually in 2015. I don't know if you remember, but there was a shooting at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, whereby 49 people died. The bank organized a vigil to commemorate the victims. And I guess, these picture summarizes the senior management commitment to ensuring that there's inclusion for LGBTI population within and outside the bank. As a gay employee who actually had a lot of issues coming in terms with his sexuality, being in an organization that supports this has been truly valuable for me. Actually being here with you and then learning from all of you and about the amazing work that you do is truly a matter of pride, and happy to be here as well. So hopefully you have good takeaways from my presentation, and happy to answer again on a personal capacity questions that I may have that may not put me into trouble with my bosses. But
Thank you,
thank you very much.
Thank you. It's really impressive to see that the World Bank, so much the World Bank is doing, and I'm sure there can be an extra push, so good luck with your job. And sometimes even being openly gay at work, that's all it takes for inclusion. You're watching the Better Together conference, but we are going into a 10 minutes break. Before that, for the people online on the platform, we would like to ask you, how do you feel about the D&I in your company? So my colleagues will just send a link with Moodlight, and if you can just follow that link and answer, how do you feel like the diversity and inclusion in your company? Just choose one of the emotions so that we can see what you experience at work, and we'll be back after 10 minutes break. For those of us watching us online, we'll be back here. Grab a coffee, and thank you. Hello, and we are back. You're watching the Better Together International Forum for LGBTI inclusion and diversity at the workplace. After the break with us now is I consider her a close friend of ours because the company she represents is one of the companies we are closely tied with. That's Reward Getaway. And Catherine is a published author, a regular conference speaker, and spends time coaching employee communications professionals in wide range of sectors. She is the head of global engagement and internal communications for Reward Getaway and employee engagement subject expert, connecting HR professionals across the portfolio. Catherine, we are so happy to have you with us here today. The floor is yours.
Thank you. It's absolutely wonderful to be back in Bulgaria, even virtually today, because it's been a long time since I've been able to travel there. I would usually be spending a lot of my time in Plovdiv, where we have one of our offices. And yes, absolutely love my trips to Bulgaria when I get the chance to come. So I've got quite a long job title, and today I'm going to start off my presentation with sharing a story with you to really tell you what it means to be head of global engagement and internal communications, and why I really think it's so important for every company to be focusing on this. So let's begin. It's called The Little Unicorn, and it's a tale written by me. So remember being tucked up in bed at night, listening to your favourite bedtime stories, how they'd spark your imagination and let your dreams run wild. What I'm going to tell you now is not a fairy tale. It's a story for everyone who wants to make the world a better place to work for everyone and rid it of mundane communications and processes that drive us berserk. So if you're all sitting comfortably, we shall begin. Once upon a time, there was a little unicorn who lived in a beautiful kingdom of culture, a happy little unicorn with magical traits. The excited butterflies, which lived in her tummy, fluttered every time she had news to share, and she darted around the kingdom. As she darted around the kingdom, telling all the different creatures tales of the great news and sometimes the bad, her magnificent mane would sparkle and shine with all her positive powers. A little birdie told her about a dark place, the disengagement danger zone. It was very dark there, very dark indeed. When it rained, it poured, and the floor, it was sodden in secrets, a complete muddy mess, said the bird. Unlike our open and honest kingdom, there's a dark, demonic intranet overlord. He's got immense power and fires out so many monsters, messages, and monstrous documents, no one can hear a thing. Just big booms and bangs all day long from his office. Little Bird told the unicorn of the danger zone's ancient towers of technology where everything was locked up, made of clunky old rusting metal. The towers creaked and groaned under all the weight of everything locked inside. They stored everything and all the secrets of how to find the bridge that crossed the river to the kingdom of culture. Well, I must go and help. And off the unicorn went. Hours later, she entered the danger zone. The frosty, whispering winds spiraled around the trunks of giant, overbearing trees, and the words got lost on the frost that covered them. The trees had been there a very, very, very long time. They were the bored trees, with branches covered in long service leaves. Tradition had made their branches strong, but a deep rot of distance was starting to set in. Hello, bored trees, she shouted. I know you've been doing your best to protect them, with your long service leaves soaking up the worst of the rain, and talking about things just seems like a pain. But sharing the rain, when it's good or bad, will make magic happen. I know it sounds mad, but here on the floor, things are trying to grow. Flowers will bloom if you just let them know. Open your branches and let them see. All the way to the top, you need transparency. Next, the night shift owl. If you knew, I hadn't heard anything, but then everyone's asleep by the time I come in. He twirled his head and stretched his wings. The unicorn spotted a pocket with a phone, one with a tablet, and other pockets filled with all sorts of gadgets. I've got it. I know what you can use to keep up with all your daily news. I bet I can make you say a happy twit-twoo. We'll embrace technology. It's easy to do. The owl looked ecstatic and said, woohoo! On she continued on the muddy path, with the whispering winds slowing to drafts. The sky was now clearer. You could see a North Star. It gave them direction instead of no insight and showed them the way, shining super bright. Deeper she went, just a little bit further, some negative words, another murmur. Hello? Who are you? I can't see your face. I'm hiding over here. I can't stand this place. Everything we do is such a disgrace. I'm always left to wallow in mud. If I try and climb higher, I fall with a thud. Now, not long ago, the squirrel had colour, a bright red coat, so shiny and vibrant, but years in the dark and the colour had gone. He was cynical now and full of fear. All the acorns he collected over the years, he kept for himself. In fact, he'd gathered a mighty nut wealth. Why would you do that? Can't you see? If you shared your acorns, they'd grow into trees. You've got so much knowledge, we can share it together. You'll grow trees of your own and climb them forever. The squirrel took longer to take on board this new way of thinking and thought of sharing his hoard. I know a place where acorns can grow. In the kingdom of culture, I can show you. Let's go. So along the unicorn went with the squirrel in tow. He wasn't interested in work that day, so decided to go. He took her on a tour of the places he'd been. He told her the stories of the horrors he'd seen. It wasn't his fault he'd be grown cynical and sad. You probably would too if you'd been treated so bad. Onto the pond they went for a drink, and swimming in the water they saw a big fish. The unicorn asked, "Do you like it here?" "I wish. I used to love swimming. It was my favourite thing. But over time, it's got really grim. All of the water used to be crystal clear, but now all us fish just live in fear. It's nothing like the pond we were once promised. Everything's dark and seems dishonest. I'll make that better. I promise you this. We'll clean up the water and make you happy fish." On the floor, they saw a carpet of mushrooms. Every one was white and red, toxic and full of office politics dread. A mouse spoke up as they walked through them all. "These are what I've been having for my tea. I thought they were going to satisfy me, but they taste bitter, horrid, and not very nice. Is there anywhere tasty for us little mice? You need something nice and delicious. Don't eat the mushrooms, they sound vicious." The little unicorn knew the importance of feeding the creatures the food they were really needing. And into a clearing where the board tree's branches had parted, there it was, standing tall, the towers they'd heard of. It creaked and groaned under so much weight, all locked up through an inaccessible gate. And on the floor, all around, where the sunshine had hit, little flowers were growing on every bit. They blossomed and grew up towards the sky. So much colour and beauty, no wondering why. The whispering winds had slowed down to draughts. And now the wilderness could grow any flower it wanted, a rose, a daisy, even a crocus. There was a bang and a really loud roar, and the creatures around scattered across the floor. "What's this sunshine doing here in my place?" The internet overlord stomped in. What a disgrace. He growled and shouted, "Why are all these flowers growing everywhere? Don't you know I get my strength from work, wilderness, despair? This is my place. What's it got to do with you?" He stared at the unicorn and she smiled right back. "Don't be scared or angry. I'm here to help. I don't want to make you upset or mad, but come on, this place must be making you sad. Give us the key to all of your towers. They'll no longer creak and you won't waste hours searching for things you could easily find. If you just made it simple, you'd save so much time." "A key for the towers? There's none for you." "What about me?" said the squirrel by her side. "And me," said the board tree, who had their eyes open wide. "And us," said the mice, "and us," said the owls as they swooped from above. All the creatures began to speak up. He saw how the sun was creating clarity of thought and how all of the creatures were a lot less fraught. Around they gathered and everyone cheered. "Give us the key, we've been waiting for years." Now, the unicorn was pleased because she could see where this was going. It won't take much toing and froing. Go to the bridge that crosses the river, and I'll show you in my kingdom how much more you can deliver to all of the creatures here on the ground. It'll be great. No more frowns. I promise you this. There's steps you can follow for every wish. I'll help you get there. I've got lots of tricks. You'll build a kingdom and I'll give you bricks. And in place of a cloak and dagger attire, a mane appeared, then a horn, then a tail, and sparkly hooves. Rainbows beamed down and the creatures sang like a choir. What could be happening in this wondrous hour? It's a whole new me, the Overlord declared with absolute glee. He pranced around happy with his new way of thinking, and the creatures celebrated with tons of cheers and drinking. The unicorn used her tail to give a really big push to all of the things she wanted to see. A better place for all, a better place to be. And that's the end of that little story. So there's something I wanted to share with you today, because I think it's a really nice way to think about how the world can really be a better place to work, and to start to think about what you would want, like what's in your kingdom of culture if you could create the perfect work environment. The company that I work for, Reward Gateway, have a model which places all of the things that we believe really help people, our people, and many, many people across the world thrive in their work environment and create a place where everybody can really truly be themselves and work in the best way. It's got 10 different elements. You could match this up to models such as Maslow's hierarchy of needs and say that this is the hierarchy of needs that we really feel people need to have a great culture in their workplace. So workspace, well-being, so you have to, whether it's at home at the moment, everybody would have a workspace, and you need your people to be well, mentally well, physically well, and looked after, financially well as well, because you want them not to be distracted by money concerns or anything like that. Pay and benefits, everybody would want to get paid to work. But if you just have those three things, you're going to have a gap in your company. There's going to be an engagement gap. And that's where we start to layer on other aspects that I've mentioned in that story there, around being completely open and honest with your employees, transparent with them through open and honest communication, sharing the company's purpose, mission, and values, leadership, management, learning. How have you designed their job? Is it something that's truly enjoyable, or is it something that's very repetitive and not giving them any creativity in what they do? And then lastly, recognizing your people for a job well done. So those are the 10 things that I really work around. But there's more to that as well. Threaded into those things, and my passion really being open communication, would link in strongly with these, creating a culture where people really feel they belong. They're part of a community and they feel included and welcome. As I've mentioned, the open and honest communication, but threading your values into them so that they align with their people and they know that their personal values match as well. Leadership has got to be strong, it's got to be empathetic, and it's got to be visible. And recognition for your people for the work that they're doing. I'll just share with you, whether you are a company owner or you're somebody who's looking for a place to work and thinking, is this going to be the right place for me? Do your values align with that company? Is it somewhere where you think, if I go and work there, I can really be myself, and I know that my characteristics there and my style of working will truly thrive? These are the 8 values we have at Reward Gateway. We're human, meaning we treat each other like people, not just like work or entities at work. We understand that everybody has a life outside of work, and we ask them to bring their full personality and respect every aspect of it within the workplace. We delight our customers, so you go above and beyond to make sure your customer, whether that's an internal or external one, is always pleased with the work that you're doing. We love our jobs. We want people to be really happy in them and something that they take a lot of pride in and are passionate about. We own it. That means taking responsibility and taking a project and saying, this is mine, and being proud to put your name to it. We push the boundaries. It's all around innovation, speaking up. You've heard a lot of that in the story there, how you can really Speak up with your leadership and feel listened to, heard, and initiate change when you know it's needed. Thinking global is understanding that you don't just work in one team, you're part of a much bigger company and your actions can affect other people within that. And working hard. Working hard means working smarter, thinking around the best ways to work, and just giving it all for the projects that are there. So for me personally, I know that I do have some values which are strong, really, really strongly aligned for me, but this kind of diverse range of values that the company offers means that I have a culture there where I can thrive. You can learn more about those if you want to. There's a quick link there, rg.co/rocket ship, which tells you more about those values if you want to see how we communicate them or just learn a little bit more about how they all link together. So next, leadership. I hope that everybody here has experienced great leadership at one point in your life. It really does change everything when you have a great leader at work. Somebody who role models all the behaviours. So our leadership team at Reward Gateway truly lives those company values, talks about them, makes decisions based on them. They're not just ones that are painted on the wall, they're ones that are lived and breathed through everything that we do. Inspiring people to reach higher, trusting people, having the courage to be vulnerable, to be honest about their own weaknesses or own struggles, whether that's with mental health, being a great ally, sharing their stories, standing up for others, all of these things go to making great leaders and really gain the respect and people just behind them and wanting to support the whole company for the better as well, taking care of their people. I also love to create a community that's really connected. I think too many businesses spend their time just talking at employees, not really listening or giving them a platform where they can speak. So within our company, it's not just the CEO talking to the business. We actually have many different faces featured on our platform, and every employee is welcome to share their own story around their projects, what they're working on, what's important to them, whether that's actually related to their job role or something that goes alongside that, parts about our networks, which I'll talk about shortly. But each week we have a different theme, and it really helps to bring that community that feels connected, recognised, and everybody's included in our Reward Gateway story. Mondays are led with Mission Monday, so that's our CEO talking about our strategy and sharing our direction. As I said in the story there, giving really clear, open, honest information so employees can see and flourish and know how they can contribute to the overall company strategy. Tuesdays, as a tech company, we're talking about technology, new releases, IT, security, all of these different aspects here. Wow Wednesday, talking around how we're delighting our customer, one of the values I just spoke around, but giving all of our employees the information to talk really proudly about the company, the products we have, and how we're making the world a better place to work for our customer. Thank you Thursday, all around recognition, picking out employees in the company who are doing amazing and really highlighting them and putting their story out there for everyone to celebrate together. And then Feel Good Friday is when we focus on our people news. So we might talk about job changes, people welcome to the company, saying goodbye to some people perhaps, talking around people's pets, music, fun facts about themselves, all the things that help us to get to know each other and help us to be better together. And the recognition, and I talk around this, it's not something that happens at an annual event where we say a once a year thank you. It's something that happens every day. It's something that happens on a very frequent basis. At the time of the action happening, it's not forgotten about waiting for as they say, a quarterly or annual thank you event that's happening. It happens the same day. So that person can go home knowing that they did a really great job and feel really filled with pride in the work that they do. Encourage people to write about it. This is one that I actually sent yesterday to Kristen, who's in my team. Connecting to the value that she demonstrated in the work that she did. She really owned it, detailing the action and letting her know that I recognize the impact she's making on the company. Empowers her. It makes her feel truly great in the work that she does, and it's visible to others as well, so it's celebrated together. And then lastly, I said about a culture of belonging. So we have our networks there. Outside of just going into work and having our job roles, we have our EPIC networks. EPIC stands for Encouraging Positive Internal Changes. These are open to everybody to join. There's one channel, which is our diversity channel. And then outside of that, there's 5 different networks. So everybody can come together and talk about things they're passionate about, that they want to see changed, telling the company how we can be better and what our blind spots are, helping the HR team to understand the different challenges. And it's a great place for me to go, learn, observe, listen, and understand how we can really make the world a better, more inclusive and more diverse place to work as well. So we have our accessibility network, who've done some amazing things in helping us make not just RG better, but our technology better for customers all across the world, which is fantastic, with audits, our offices, everything like that. It's really, really awesome. Our intergenerational network, helping us to understand we are quite a young company. How can we be more inclusive to all generations and welcome everybody to work for us? Our LGBTQI network, how can we be more inclusive towards that community, and how can we help them thrive in the workplace? Our multicultural network and our Women and Allies network, all of them working together and speaking also on a quarterly basis to our leadership team directly, presenting 3 goals that they want to achieve within that quarter. And each of those goals is championed by one of our business leaders who will back them and sponsor them and help them achieve what they want to do. So those are just some of the things I wanted to share with you today. I hope the story will stick with you and make you really think about where can I work? You're going to spend a lot of time at work, so it must be somewhere that you really truly do love. Yes, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. A round of applause for you. That was super interesting, and thank you so much for actually finally making it to one of our events. We've been back and forth in inviting you to speak, and the story was so touchful, and thank you for this incredible different angle of diversity and inclusion. And for people who want to buy the book, how can they find it?
So you can get the book. So I shared with you today of just 5-minute version. The full book is available on Audible if you want to get it on there. If you can't access it on Audible, just drop me a note on LinkedIn and I will either post you a book or send you a link for Amazon where you'll be able to find it as well. But you can find me on LinkedIn under Catherine Lewis, and you'll see me against Reward Gateway. That's on there. But I have plenty of books to go around, so welcome to share them with you all. Awesome.
We'll make sure to do that. Thank you once again, and enjoy your day in the UK, and we'll see you next soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, we're moving forward with the program, and I want to invite next on the stage of the Better Together International Forum for LGBTI Inclusion, a colleague, a close friend of mine, a great singer and an actor, Lily Dragova, director of Abilities Foundation, and she's going to talk a bit more about the Prevent project. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Moni. Thank you. I will not sing a song today for you, but if you would like to see my acting, this is actually a video of the Glass Foundation campaign that is running currently, and it's trying to inspire the same-sex couples in Bulgaria to take part in the national census that we're having currently, and to actually put the information that they are living in the same household, so that we can, as advocates, later on have more information about how many same-sex couples live in Bulgaria. So you can find that on the Glass Foundation social media and Abilities Foundation social media as well. So yeah. Now it's really difficult for me to follow up after a unicorn story, but I will try my best to entertain you for several minutes, coming back here to the difficult reality, actually. So coming from the fairy tale world back to Bulgaria, and talk about how actually we can encourage companies and local entrepreneurs to include the topic of LGBTI inclusion in the workplace. This is still something that we are working on, and we are in the in the initial steps here. So the work that we're doing collaboratively as partnership, and this conference included the Prevent project, these are just maybe the first steps, and we have fabulous partners. We'll hear from them later on, but we're still trying to work and to inspire companies to actually pay attention. And so this is what I will focus a little bit more on today. Two words about Bilitis. We're one of the partnering organizations within the Prevent project. We've been established in 2004, and we're still surviving, which is our biggest success so far in Bulgaria. We are working on many topics from the local grassroots level to national level and then international as well. Today I will share with you about two approaches that we have had over the last 2 years in Bulgaria to try and inspire companies and businesses to put the topic of LGBTI inclusion and well-being at the workplace in their agenda. The first being the first D&I forum that was organized here in May by the Glass Foundation in partnership with us and the Work It Out platform. And this was the first forum for diversity and inclusion in Bulgaria, and we're very proud of it because it turned out not only to be the first one, but actually a super great success. It was also part of the Prevent project, and we are happy to share that we managed to inform many people about our work here as well. And it was definitely centered also around the topic of LGBTI inclusion in the workplace. But the numbers speak for themselves. We had a 3-day forum in the middle of May. We had over 150 participants who joined us online, various professions, including managers, HR directors, D&I managers, and many others who are interested in that topic. We had 34 speakers from 12 countries. I think that this speaks for itself. And really, as the first forum of this kind, I don't really know how we're going to follow up with a second. It needs to be even bigger and better. But about this forum and why it was important because it covered 4 very important topics: diversity and inclusion, mental health and well-being, a topic that is of great importance, especially now with the COVID-19 pandemic, working in the post-pandemic world and what are the challenges that this poses to the workplace, and the role and the position of LGBTI, and how we can put all of this together in a dish so that we can make the situation better. The program of the forum was quite diverse. On day 1, we spoke about the Office of the Future, how the changes that are currently taking place over the last 1.5 to 2 years already will affect the happiness, the levels of satisfaction of employees. What will the Office of the Future be? Will it be virtual or physical or a hybrid, and how D&I will be part of it? So the first day was really about where we are and what we see coming up as our physical or online or just shared spaces, and how we can include the thought of the well-being and wellness of our employees into it. The second day was focused on tools, and we actually provided all of the participants with concrete tools and ideas of how they can implement different practices, different best approaches from around the world into their everyday work, so that it is more accessible, it makes more sense, it is more useful. So as part of the second day, I had the honor to also present the e-learning modules and the toolbox that we have created collaboratively with our partners from the Prevent project, which will be presented later on in the day, so we'll get a better understanding of the details. But we equipped the participants in the forum on this day 2 with specific tools, with information how to create networks, how to empower employees, how to empower teams, and really promote the innovation in this changed reality. So The second day was the practical day of the forum, where we managed to give concrete tips on people. Go on that website, download this video, go on that training course, implement these 5 steps in your work, and this will make the situation in your company better. And day 3 was all about happiness and well-being and wellness, and actually how to promote this mindset and how to prevent burnout, how to escape the cycle that we're all busy, we're all super busy, we'll be even busier tomorrow, and how not to be super proud of being busy, but actually to try and behave proud of that, we're happy and we feel welcome and included in the workplace. So this was the program. What are the main takeaways from the forum? The forum was basically centered around the importance of the pandemic and how it affected the work life and our personal lives. As Catherine said, we are human beings in the first place, and then we're also employers or employees. So how did the pandemic actually affect the dynamics in the workplace, and how does diversity and inclusion fit in that changed reality? Even today's conference is a hybrid one. We have people here with us, which is great to finally be able to have a shared space, but also this online space that we're all sharing. How does diversity and inclusion fit into this? Another takeaway is that being your true self 24/7 is not only helping you feel better and more effective and more empowered in your workplace, but also helps with dealing with the consequences of the pandemic, sharing about the struggles that you went through in your personal life while being in front of your computer, not being able to share a coffee break with your colleagues where you could usually share if something's happening in your life and that's affecting you. This is something that the forum was centered around. And the obvious, I think, for everyone who's watching, because you're obviously interested in this, that D&I becomes even more and more important as a business tool, and we really need to find ways of putting it on our agenda in the changed reality, and finding ways to put it forward so that more and more people feel better. This is for the forum. I'm sure that Simeon can share a lot more later. So if you have any questions, you can put them in the communication on the platform or just follow up on social media. And I'm sure they'll be happy to share even more information and details. The second aspect that I would like to quickly share with you are 2 forums that we Bilitis conducted in Bulgaria in 2 of the bigger cities in the country, Varna and Stara Zagora. This was our attempt to reach out to local businesses, to smaller NGOs, to employers within the country, because it's, I don't think, a surprise to anyone that the reality in the capital and in the rest of the country, as in mostly all other countries in the world, are very different. So if big international companies or just businesses that have developed here in Sofia are already quite aware, they're partnering with the Work It Out platform, and they do implement D&I tools and think about LGBTI in the workplace, then for the rest of the country, this is not the case always. Actually, this is something that we realized with those seminars. So we had 2 seminars, one in Varna and one in Stara Zagora. They were conducted physically, and each of them had over 30 participants, which is a great turnout for the country. And the participants were a mixed group of employers, both owners of smaller businesses that are operating in those areas or in the region, and directors of NGOs. We also, in addition to the 2 seminars, had meetings with the directors of chambers of commerce and industry that are local, trying to get them on board as well and trying to persuade them why it's important to introduce those tools in the work that they do and in their support to employers in the region. And this is where I do a little dance. Is that why Simeon said that I'm a dancer, actor, and whatever singer? And this, don't worry, I won't sing or dance for you today. And what other thing that we did was trying to engage media, because in Bulgaria, if anything's in the media, people consider it important. So putting that topic in the media, I was idea that we had. So we had a press briefing in Varna prior to the seminar. So we engaged the local journalists in the seminar, and basically the seminars were centered around presenting the practical tools of the Prevent project, the e-learning modules, the entire toolbox. Why? Because we wanted to encourage people to use them in their everyday work and in their trainings that they provide in reaching out to their employees. I have to say that it's no surprise that the takeaways from these events are rather different than the ones from the big D&I forum that we had, and I shared a little bit about. It's because the reality in the country is quite different. It also very much affects how LGBTI people are perceived just generally. So the first takeaway that we have is that the situation is quite different, and companies from small or smaller settlements just associate the idea of diversity and inclusion with other two minority groups, which are Roma people and disabled people. They don't even recognize LGBTI people as a group that needs to be paid attention to or supported in any way, mainly because LGBTI people who live and work there are not out, they're not open about themselves. So there is that lack of knowledge or of visibility at all. So the first and because we've been as society in Bulgaria, we've been talking about inclusion of Roma people for over 20 years now. We've been talking about inclusion of people with disabilities for even more years. These are the groups that are being recognized by local businesses. So LGBTI people are basically not on the map in the country as employees. Therefore, the second takeaway that we have is that the notion of don't ask, don't tell, that sort of policy is how people in the country are dealing with LGBTI. They all, not only that we don't talk about one's sexual orientation or gender identity or sex characteristics, but also, many people there believe that this is a way to prevent discrimination by not talking about it, by not asking questions, by not raising awareness. You're just actually protecting people from being discriminated against their sexual orientation or gender identity. And we tried very hard to explain to them that this is not the way. I mean, just making people invisible or pretending that something's not there does not prevent them from being discriminated, actually makes them disappear and feel invisible. And then obviously from the first two you can get to the third point, which is that there is still a very long way to go until small businesses, small NGOs, and entrepreneurs in the country start implementing policies to prevent psychological risks for LGBTI employees. These seminars were a good first step in just raising awareness that this exists and that this is also on the agenda, but there's still a long way to go. This is also very much connected with just the situation of employees in Bulgaria in general. Many employees just don't have access to any sort of supporting tools or system in the workplace, especially in the countryside, where they're more or less seen as workforce rather than people and individuals who have their needs. So this is the broader discussion and broader conversation that we have. It's not only about different groups that are diverse, it's just in general the understanding of employers that they need to pay more attention and put more efforts in supporting their employees. And so I will put a stop here and we'll say thank you. If you have any questions, please put them in the in the question box in the platform, or reach out via social media or drop me an email. Thank you so much for your attention and good luck to the forum.
Thank you so much, Lily. Always a no
We're
cameras.
not in the camera.
Always a pleasure to have you with us here today. And it's really something very important that we often forget when we work with the businesses, that they're not only based in the capitals, there's so much work to be done in the countryside as well, especially for countries like Bulgaria and other countries. So this was a very valuable input. And you're not going to sing a song?
No, not
Really?
yet. In the lunch break.
All right. For the people online, you're going to miss that. But Lily, thank you again. And we're going to hear you in the lunch break. All right, we are moving forward with the Prevent project, and I want to welcome with me today on the stage Ewan, who is a researcher at the research department of Ivv and External Service for Prevention and Protection at Work. She obtained a PhD on emotional, that's hard work, convergence in themes for research centers on social and cultural psychology at the University of Leuven. She is currently working on different projects that deal with employee well-being. So Ellen, welcome with us here today. And with Ellen, we have Peter, who is a presentation advisor on psychological aspects at Ivv. In this capacity, he assists organizations in setting up their policy on psychological well-being in the workplace. And he also counsels employees who are struggling with psychosocial stress at work. So we are really looking forward. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Simeon. Okay. I think we're waiting for the presentation. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, it is noon already, so I hope you're all still here with us before we go to the lunch break. And we're happy to present to you today the tools that we have worked on for the last 2 years. The tools on LGBTQI plus workplace inclusion. Today, Peter and I will be talking about what we have been doing over the past 2 years. But of course, we haven't done it the two of us. It was a collaboration with different the partnerships and also with many other people. And we of course want to thank them also for for working on this project all together. So as you can see here, it's part of a European project, and we were with 5 partners from 3 countries. It's already been mentioned today. You have Savaria from Belgium, you have ILGA from Portugal, you have Bilitis and Glass Foundation from Bulgaria. And we really want to thank them for hosting this nice forum today, in which we can present the tools that we've made. Maybe, yeah, Ivv. You might think, what are we doing here, because we're not representing LGBTI as the other organization UNSE, but we do want to do something for all employees, including LGBTI employees. So who are we actually? We are, as already been said, an external service for prevention and protection at work. And as an external service, we guide organizations in working on well-being at work. And we do that for, I think, over 30,000 companies in total, from very small companies to very large companies. And we, these are together like, I think, 800,000 employees. We are also working on different themes of well-being. And today the most important theme is psychosocial well-being, but we also work around safety, around health, around ergonomics, around working place hygiene, around the environment, and around workplace embellishment. Today we're going to present the tools to you, but maybe at first it is or you can ask yourself the question, is it needed to make work of LGBTQI plus workplace inclusion? And we hope in the next few slides, we want to show that it's indeed the case that is important to work on LGBTQI plus workplace inclusion. So as you can see in this slide here, it's based on a study of 2019 of the Fundamental Rights Agency. I think it's already come to the front already today. But here you can see that there is still workplace discrimination against LGBTI in Europe. These are the numbers that refer to people that are looking for a job. And as you can see, the circle shows of the total employees, LGBTI employees, how many experience that they are discriminating when looking for a job. And you can see 1 out of 10 persons feel discriminated against. And if you see, or if you look at the more detailed numbers, you see for trans persons, it goes up even to 35%. So that's a really large number. We also have the numbers from the same study for people who are actually at work, who are actually at the workplace. And there you can see that 1 out of 5, or 21%, feels discriminated against at the workplace. So that's a really high number that needs to go down. And here you can also see that even for trans persons, it goes up to 1 out of 3. So these are staggering numbers that need to be acted upon. This is a quote from our research and risk report from Prevent that actually shows that there is discrimination against LGBTI people at the workplace. So it says, I'm a trans person, but I don't see a lot of trans persons in higher positions. Why do you think this is the case? Because trans persons don't have ambitions? I don't think so. It's because the system isn't made for us. It took me months before I could even change my name. So this is really, and it's not the only quote that we could have. There are a lot of other quotes that point to the similar kind of fact that people, LGBT people in the workplace are still discriminated against, and that has a negative impact on their well-being at work. So here are some things some of the outcomes that are there for people who feel discriminated against at the workplace. So as you can see, they experience higher discrimination, stigmatization at work, harassment at work, disrespect, social exclusion, and also they experience lower job satisfaction, they experience unfair treatment, depression, etc. So this is why we would think it's indeed very important to work on this, to work together on this. And I will now give the floor to Peter.
Thank you, Ellen. I'm working since 20 years for IDW in another world than yours, in the world of prevention and health and safety at work. But as a member of the LGBT community, I realized that when I was on events like this one, nobody knew or talked about prevention, about risk analysis, except Lily. She was talking about psychosocial risks at work. And I was wondering, isn't it possible to make bridges between what we are doing, and we are reaching 35,000 companies in Belgium. We have a network of prevention services. There are 10 prevention services in Belgium. We are reaching all the companies in Belgium. So if we can put a bridge between prevention and prevention of psychosocial risks at work in Belgium, and make a link, a bridge between diversity, discrimination, we can reach all companies in Belgium. Out of that idea, this project is born and has the name Prevent. And I hope that with the prevention tools we develop together with our partners, we can reach a lot of companies, big and smaller companies in Belgium, but also in Europe. But first we have to look to some more what's the legal framework we are based on? And the legal framework in Belgium is also the same, more or less the same legal framework in Europe. Let's have a look. First we have the Council Directive on establishing a general framework for equal treatment in employment and occupation from 2000. The purpose is combating discrimination on the grounds of religion or belief, disability, age or sexual orientation. Focus on the work floor. To put in effect the principle of equal treatment. That's more oriented to the LGBT plus community. And discrimination in general, discrimination of minorities. A second framework, legal framework, is a directive, the European directive from 2006, concerning also equal opportunities and equal treatment in terms of access to employment, working conditions at work, and occupational social security schemes. It also applies to discrimination on the gender reassignment of a person. So it includes all aspects of transgender as well. And the third council is more the council, a directive of our world, the prevention world, on the introduction of measures to encourage improvements in the safety and health of workers at work. The employer shall have a duty to ensure the safety and health of workers in every aspect related to work. So also mental health and all types of psychosocial risks at work. So we have to include also all sensitive groups. They must be protected, like also all minorities and the LGBTQ plus community. That's the directive of 89, sorry. And as you all know, in big companies, a lot of steps have already been made. But also in the interviews, we saw quotes like this one: "My company spends so much money and time on the physical well-being of their employees. It goes so far that every year a company comes to measure the air quality of our office, but my employer never asked me about my mental well-being." So we still have a lot of work, but I don't have to explain you that. So we developed, together with our partners, some tools, not with the objective to get better tools for the multinationals who already have a lot of tools, but there are also in Belgium and in the rest of Europe, I suppose, a lot of also big companies who are not multinational and who haven't made all these steps. And you have a lot of smaller companies who still have to begin to about prevention on discrimination and diversity. What are the tools we developed? We will talk shortly about an organization scan. This is, in fact, all the tools are based on tools we already use since years in Belgium, where we have, for example, an organization scan focused on psychosocial risks. So it wasn't that much work to adapt them and to make them more inclusive and more diverse and more oriented on discrimination and more oriented on LGBTQ plus discrimination. Two tools we use hundreds of times a year are quantitative risks analysis, focused on psychosocial risks analysis. And I think I'm not sure about it, but I think that in the rest of Europe, in all the countries, psychosocial risks must be examined on the workplace on a continuous basis. So quantitative risks analysis are surveys, and we also do a lot of qualitative risk analysis. So we adapted them for the LGBTQ+ world. We also developed, together with the partners, an e-learning and a toolbox. Let's start with the organization scan. What's it about and what's the purpose? The organization scan wants to get insight in how far your organization has come regarding their diversity and inclusion policy. And it reflects on 5 themes: general policy. Do you have a general policy which refers to some extent to diversity or inclusion? Same question about human resources policies. How do you recruit? What do you do on a diversity level for minorities in your company as human resources policies? What do you do on a level of leadership? Do you ask that or do you coach your managers in managing more diversity? Are they evaluated about some KPIs about diversity or discrimination? What do you do about internal and external communication? Do you have diversity networks into your company? And all this is developed especially for policymakers, HR professionals, prevention workers, etc. It's a bit difficult here to show you, but we are ready to show you this at noon to show you the real tool. But this is a tool developed in Excel. It's very easy. For each of these topics, like here, recruitment and selection procedures, you have a list of questions which can help you to have an idea. Do I still have to start about it, or have we already done some steps, and which can be the following step? For example, the job descriptions, you can't probably read it, I will read it for you. The job descriptions, the selections of curriculum vitae, the conduct of interviews and the selection procedures used are free from any form of discrimination, yes or no. You can put in yourself, okay, yes or no. For example, I'm a small company, we haven't done anything, no. You get some feedback. You can do better than that. Yeah, you can, and it gives some advice about sorts of procedures you can develop to optimize and to make your recruitment procedures more diverse. And and you can put your proper actions, your first steps or your next steps you want to do. You can put it into the Excel. You can make brainstorming about it. You can do it yourself as an individual or an HR professional or a manager, or you can discuss about it in a group and fill out it in this Excel form.
Okay. The second, and it's actually 2 tools in one, is the risk analysis. So the quantitative and the qualitative risk analysis. Maybe first to start from the project, we started from this European directive that dates back to the last century. So it was the one that was set out in 1989. And it was transposed into national laws in the 90s of the past century. So it goes back a long way, but actually the practice shows that not much is already been done regarding psychosocial well-being or well-being in the workplace in a larger framework. So actually, it's good to be working about this. And the aim of this risk analysis, because risk analysis is also a topic that is within this legal framework, it's put forward as something important to do, because once you know the risks, you can also better do something about it. So the aim here is to identify risks to the psychosocial well-being of employees, and we do it in a participative way. So it's important not to work only bottom up, but to go top down and to include as many employees as possible. Sometimes it's not possible to include everyone, but then it's good to have a good representation of different employees within your organization and to go ask them about possible risks. So that's the participative way, and here there is special attention to diversity and inclusion, because it's not part of the general risk analysis as we know it. So it's important to also include topics or the topic of diversity and inclusion. So the tools provide guidelines to conduct a quantitative or a qualitative risk analysis. So we say which is the process or which are the steps you need to take in order to get insights into the risks and then to do something about them. Maybe it's not possible to get them away, but it's possible, it's always possible to reduce the risks. So here is a larger picture and the big steps to take. And later on we talk a bit more about the smaller steps. So first it's important to make an inventory. How is the situation as is? So in this step you are going to identify the risks to well-being of employees. Next, when you have gathered the relevant information, you're going to do an analysis. We've talked to people, we know some things, but what can we learn from this? So what are actually the risks and which risks are more there than others in order to prioritize? And then the third one is, of course, it's not only important to gain insights, but it's also very important to do something with it, to take action, to determine the measures to prevent or manage psychosocial stress at work. So we have this kind of plan of different steps to take, and it's important to that it's an iterative process. So it should take place on a regular basis, for instance yearly, and you should retake the process regularly. So first, it's important to have someone who organizes everything. Someone who takes the action and wants to do this risk analysis. So to appoint an organizer. The second one is, of course, you want to gain information, you want to know things about what is going on with employees. So it's important to also practically organize it, to have, for instance, if you do a quantitative risk analysis, to have the measures, everything set ready, the questionnaires ready, in order to be sent out to the people. For the qualitative risk analysis, it's important to see who are we going to contact, when are we going to contact, when are we going to do focus groups or interviews, do we need extra things for that, etc. And then it's important to make it public within your organization, so to announce what is going to happen and to also be very clear and open about it. And that's something that was already said in the previous presentation also, that it's important to communicate well and clearly about what is going on. We're going to do this risk analysis. We're not only going to inventorize the risk, but we are also going to take actions, and we want your help with that. So it's important to also engage the people within the organization. Then the fourth step is actually to do the field work. It can be a survey, but it can also be interviews, focus groups with important stakeholders within the organization. When you have gathered all the data, it's important to analyze the data to see what's there. What are the main themes? What are important things to take care of? And then it's also important to give feedback to say what has come out of it to employees within your organization. And of course, it doesn't stop there. So it's also important to have actions. So we know what are the risks, and now we want to know what can we do to reduce the risks. And after that, after some time has passed, you can also evaluate the actions. The actions that we took, did they work? Didn't they work? What are possible facilitators? What are things that hindered the actions? And then you can re-evaluate, you can start again, or you can go back to employees to ask how can we make it even better. So this is a small slide with a lot of text, but this is the theoretical model we use for the quantitative risk analysis. And it's based on the job demands resources model. I'm not sure whether you're all familiar with it, but it says that there are job characteristics at work, and they can be put in two categories. You have the job resources. These are the things that make us go to work and that motivate us, that make us happy at work. And then you have the hindrances or the job demands, and these are the factors that demotivate us, or that take energy from us. And these both determinants of both job characteristics have an impact on workers' psychosocial well-being. So the topic of today, actually. So this is a theoretical model. Usually, if we do risk analysis, and Peter already said it, we do more general characteristics of the job, such as job pressure or the circumstances in which we do our jobs, but we don't usually include measures that deal with diversity and inclusion. So here, what we did is we took some of these general measures, because they're also important to take into account, but we added measures on diversity and inclusion to see what's their impact on well-being at work. And we already did a study with data ourselves, and we saw that indeed, like the positive things at work, like for instance, a positive attitudes towards diversity within the company, or when people feel included, that their well-being at work is higher. When they experience that there is discrimination, and that's already what the study from the rights agency said, but it's also confirmed in our data, is that it impairs the well-being of employees. And this is an example. It's a scale that has been used within this organization scan. So it's a scale with 4 items. It's a scale on inclusion, and it says, like, if you want to measure inclusion, you can do it with this type of questions, and how you could analyze the data, etc. So now we're going to let you see some parts about the qualitative risk analysis, and Peter is going to say something about that.
So a lot of companies choose not to make company-wide surveys, but they prefer to work directly with groups, small groups, or they want to work with teams, or they want to have brainstormings about psychosocial risks at work. And we try to summarize all our experience about working with teams and how can you do participative risk analysis in teams without doing a real survey. And we made a sort of guidelines booklet, in which we explained how you can work with groups, how you can choose the groups. Are you going to choose the employees at random? Are you going to take some key figures, or are you going to really do it for the whole company and putting teams together per service or per department and talk about these different psychosocial risks factors. This is an example of how we manage these brainstormings. So in fact, what we did, it's a rather easy job. We took the surveys we had and we put them in a sort of checklist forms. So this is an example of a checklist based on the different topics about psychosocial risks at work. This is the checklist for interpersonal relationships at work. So we have a checklist of more or less 50, 60 statements about the different topics about psychosocial risks at work. We have them. So what we did, we added some questions about diversity, LGBTQ plus statements. So it makes it's in Belgium we are used to use these forms of checklists, and it's just normal to add it, and it makes it easy to talk about these topics, as a lot of companies are used to handle them. And what you see here is sort of a number of statements like there are no conflicts between my colleagues, either professionally or at a personal level. Yeah. And we ask people to fill out this form, this checklist, first individually. Yeah. And you say, okay, I agree, I neither agree nor disagree, or I disagree completely, or it's not applicable to my work situation. Yeah. Once you have filled in this, we open a discussion among the people who are there, yeah, and we try to they can exchange their meanings, how they filled in and how they feel about the psychosocial risks at work in their team, in their company, etc. Yeah. So and we a coach or a facilitator conducts the brainstorming and asks to each group to identify 2 or 3 priorities or issues in their team or their workplace on which they want to work and on which they make proposals to optimize the psychosocial work environment. And what we see that depending on the team, depending on the issues of the team, which can be very, very specific and very different within the same company, yeah, it makes it possible to make action plans per team or per department. Yeah? And then, for example, to deduce some main topics to work on for a company as a whole. So that's an example of how we use these checklists in a sort of participative brainstorming. Okay.
Okay. Next up are the e-learnings, and we made 3 modules of the e-learnings. What we did when combining all the emails was to try to have a good mix because people are learning in different ways, and we wanted not to be everything the same. So we try to have a mix of different ways of learning as well. So we have some knowledge from research and practice. We have some reflective questions, practical examples and cases. We have, of course, some legislation, as Peter already discussed earlier. And we have some interactive exercises, quizzes, and some educational videos. As already said, there are 3 e-learn modules. And the first one is more about when I don't know anything, or I don't know much about diversity and inclusion, and I want to learn more about what it is exactly, why it's important to work on it, etc. So it's more of an awareness raising. Then you should go to the first e-learning module. The second e-learning module is shows a bit the building blocks again that are needed to work on a policy on diversity and inclusion. So this e-learning module, which is the second one, is more about, again, giving advice to companies who want to work on their policy on diversity and inclusion. And the third one is explicitly towards LGBTQI+ workplace inclusion, with also some topics on SOGI-esque, but also on how to create an inclusive workplace for LGBTQI+ at work. So of course we cannot present all of the e-learnings to you. So we just want to we picked some parts of it just to show you how it's built up, also some kind of the mixture that we were talking about. So here you see a picture of different people, and here the question is, can you group these people? And you can make different kinds of groups. And afterwards there can be, of course, the reflection or discussion. So how many groups of photos did you come up with? Which criteria do you use? It could be that you have put the men and the women together, or the white and the black people together. So you base your judgment on actually differences that are visible. But it can also be that you base your categories that you made on less visible differences. So for instance, did you put B and D together because they have an eye condition, or did you put everything together because you know they're performers, artists? So this actually says that there are different types of diversity. And in the next part, it's explained, like, what are these different types of diversity? You have surface level diversity. These refer to the more visible differences. But you also have the deep level diversity, and that's more of what's under the iceberg. So the things that we don't really see. This is an example of a case. It shows what's the added value of diversity can be, and it's about Dr. Rodolfo Nerivela, who was the first Mexican to go into space, and actually he proposed instead of to have sandwiches or to have bread, to use tortillas. And it was not only perceived as being very nice, but it was also very handy because there were not breadcrumbs anymore flying into space. So this is an example of that. The next one is from the second module. So it's about how to make a good policy on diversity and inclusion at work. And there we use the metaphor of the tree, because a tree is a plant that can grow if you give it attention, if you give it nourish. So here you can see the tree. It's important to plan it and to plant it. And you have to have like firm roots, and these firm roots can be like your general policy within your organization. But you can also work on the branches, and these are, for instance, diversity networks, human resources policy, and leadership. And there's also a way of connecting everything together, and that is throughout the internal and external communication. And as you may have noticed, these are exactly the same themes that also arise in the organization scan. So this is an example within the topic of communication of an exercise, and it's about Sam. Sam has been working as a garden contractor for 15 years. He came out as a trans man a few months ago, and when Sam encounters a customer he worked with last year, he explains his transition. The customer responds very positively, But shortly afterwards, Sam hears the customer talk to his colleagues about him, and the customer says, "I think it's great that she made that choice. It will definitely have been an intense process for her." So the question here is, how would Sam feel when he hears this? And there are two options. One is the right option. If you click that, you still get some feedback on that as well. This is an example from the third module, and it's more about the explanation on the terminology of SOGIESC. And here people can find out what is the acronym stands for, so sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, and sex characteristics. And there they can choose what they think is the correct answer. And then they get feedback on that. This is an example of some facts. Did you know that? And then, for instance, there are different abbreviations or acronyms used to refer to people who are not heterosexuals, and these are some examples, and some other trivia that is there as well. So that also goes into the module. This is more about inclusive job advertisement and inclusive recruitment. So it says, in addition to an inclusive job advert, it's also important that potential employees find their way to your organization. And here is the idea to think about the own recruitment policy of the organization. Do you reach different types of people within your recruitment policy, or do you only reach the same type of people that you already have in your organization? And there you can think about ways how to make this broader and how to broaden your recruitment scope. So I will now give the floor back to Peter for the last tool. Yeah.
If you want to start with it, we recommend you to start with the toolbox. The toolbox, it's an overview of all the different things we developed together with the partners. And it's organized around the several topics we already discussed about in the organization scan: leadership, communication, internal and external communication, general policies, etc. How is it organized? It's structured in a sort of table, a sort of matrix, in which you find, firstly, and we made a lot of work about the tools we developed in the Prevent project, but we also added some information about other interesting tools about the same topics you can find on internet, and we put a link on it. Technically, it's just a simple, very easy manipulating PDF file, nicely structured in a table with links and one-pages about every topic. Like you see here, you have the Prevent tools. If you click on Organization Scan, and you will find a one-pager which explains you what it is briefly, what is the Organization Scan, from whom you can use it. The organization scan, for example, is intended to check at the organizational level how far an organization has progressed in their diversity policy, and how long will it take you to work with it or to read it. At the level of the rows, you will find the Prevent tools and the different topics: communication, leadership, company policies, etc. At the column level, you will find the different levels: organization, HR, managers, supervisors, the different levels at which tools and good practices can have an effect. So it's very easy to walk around this tool, and it's a good tool, I think, to begin with, and you will find some more information about the topic. So you can find everywhere on the internet, with a focus on LGBTQ topics we would like, but we didn't have the time, neither the financial means anymore to make it, to extend it for all the minorities on the workplace. But that's for a second or a next dream. Okay, that's who we are. But this was a photo we took yesterday when we were stuck at the airport at Munich. You have our email addresses if you want to contact us. The same for the people everywhere in the world looking to us. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you. It's a very diverse experience to be stuck at an airport. I can tell that. You watched the first part of the Better Together Forum for inclusion of LGBTI people at the workplace. We are going into a physical lunch break here. You can go, if you're watching us online, into your own break. So we'll see you at exactly 2 p.m. back online. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to the Better Together International Forum on LGBTI inclusion, well-being and diversity at the workplace. Before the lunch break, we talked about the Prevent project, which this event is part of. And now here with me today are some of the partners, and we're gonna share a bit more about the input, output, outcomes, all the results and tools that were created during this, this project. So I have here with me Alice from Savaria, also Carlo from Savaria, Lily from Abilities, and I have Ellen from Ivv. And with us online are Monica Pisancaneva from Abilities and Marta Ramos from ILGA Portugal. Hi, it's great to have you here. So yeah, these are all the partners in the Prevent project, and part of it was also a report which was conducted during the first year. And I'm gonna ask Alice to tell us a bit more about the report.
Okay, thank you. As most of you know, this project is well, actually co-funded by the European Commission, and it's based on some legislation that was issued by the European Union. They issued some legislation about the health and stress at work of all employees in the European Union. And one of the directives actually states that employers should conduct risk assessments in relation to mental health of workers, placing particular attention to any group of workers, particularly facing risks to their mental health. So with that, they mean that we should take in action to have risk assessments that are based for employers that are LGBTI, that are part of a risk group. So that can be anything. A risk group can be someone who can be discriminated against based on the color of their skin, based on their religion, but also based on sexual preferences and gender. And for this project, we focused on LGBTI. Numbers shown that stress is one of the most important reasons why people don't show up at work. And stress related to your personality actually is one of the main reasons why people don't come. So when you work in a place that is obviously not LGBTI friendly or whatsoever, and you are part of the community, it's normal that it creates more stress for you. So with this legislation of the European Union and the European Commission, we want to focus more and more on that workplaces actually focus more on well-being of those risk groups. And we want to do that through the tools that Ellen has been talking about earlier, through some e-learnings, through some risk assessment scans, and all those things.
Thank you. And you mentioned, Ellen, and the tools that were created. These are tools which every business can use to assess and to check the current status of the D&I policies, but also to get to know more about the D&I. Ellen, where can people find the tools and the e-learning modules?
Well, the tools will be available on the website of all our partners. So if you're interested in the Bulgarian, you can find it on the platform Work It Out and on the website of Abilities. If you want the Dutch version, it's will be on the website of Savaria, and the Portuguese will be on the website of ILGA Portugal. So all materials will be freely available for everyone to, to start working on it.
Awesome. Talking about the work with the businesses, I would like to give the floor to Marta because ILGA Portugal, one of our partners, we're conducting seminars with different businesses in Portugal. And Marta, would you share with us what was the outcome of the seminars in Portugal?
So first of all, hello everyone. It's great to have to be here. Sadly, not in person, but luckily with the pandemic, everything became easier to access digitally. So the seminars were part of the project and were part of the activities envisaged by the project. I just want to give you a bit of an overview of the situation in Portugal because it is a bit particular. I don't know if you know, but we're currently ranked 4th in terms of recognition of rights recognition for the LGBTI community, but in terms of social perceptions of sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and sex characteristic, we're still very much behind. So this is always an issue when we approach companies and when we try to explain the relevance to start working on diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. And the seminars were very, very much important. So we had the first period of analysis of the situation in Portugal through the report that Alice explained a bit before. And the results were pretty much what we already knew, that the majority of companies that here have these diversity inclusion policies are multinationals. They are very general policies. And then there are no reporting mechanisms that have been put into place in terms of if you are facing a situation of discrimination. So all the settings in the companies are very much one size fits all category, and they're not LGBTI plus aware. And the seminars were quite handy for us to understand and to talk a bit more into depth with these companies. So of course, we had envisaged to do them in person because it's a much richer experience, but we had to do it online. We did one in June and one in July. They were by invitation only because we wanted to really go into deep with some of the companies that we were already working with. And in both seminars, we are more or less 50 participants in total from different companies, which is a very, very good number for the Portuguese context. And for the very first time, we had multinationals with very small businesses and also LGBTI-owned businesses. So the level of knowledge sharing was very, very important. And I don't know if this also happened in your countries, but during this period of implementation, and especially during the seminars, this multinational company Manpower Group did a survey on LGBTI during Pride Month and also to celebrate Pride Month. They were trying to understand how to see the level of acceptance of LGBTI issues at the workplace. And they reach out to us because of the online seminars that we did. They reach out to us to help them to construct the questions in Portuguese and to adapt a bit to the Portuguese context, because one of the main issues that we discussed was the lack of appropriateness to the national context. And that is true here in Portugal and many times in other countries. And one of the things that came from this survey and that we actually discussed during the online seminars was the pandemic context, of course, and how it's supposed to be perceived as easier to disclose your sexual orientation or gender identity while you're working remote. But in fact, in many of the circumstances, and we as an organization, we also have a legal support service, and we got some complaints of discrimination and harassment at the workplace during this pandemic period. And one of the issues that came up more frequently was the fact that while you are in remote, you're sharing your personal space behind you. And sometimes this means that you are sharing evidence about your partner, about yourself, about your lifestyle in your family life. And that, in fact, though it is easier because you don't have a confrontation with colleagues and you can disclose this information easier while in remote, for some people this actually became a bit more difficult because you are sharing your space and it's not up to your choice. Of course, we can put filters, we can adapt, but this usually happens when you are dealing with external people, not internally. So when you're having colleague meetings or with your bosses, you're usually with no filters put on. So this was something that was very interesting and that actually came up during the seminars, and then this data elaborated a bit on, and this has actually led us to engage more frequently with companies and with new companies, because then of course companies talk with other companies in other forums and they ask them to reach out to us. So the seminars, the whole project, but of course the online seminars and this one-on-one experience and the experience of companies talking with each other on diversity and inclusion aspects were very relevant to us in terms of literally allowing us to go a step further in our work to fight discrimination of LGBTI people at the workplace and employment. So for us, it was a very good and a very positive outcome of the project. And of course, I think as the materials will be online and available for free to everyone, that we will continue to work more systematically on the topic. So thank you.
Thank you, Marta. You brought a very important question, and that's the multinationals and reaching out to the small-scale companies, especially ones which are local. And this is something that we as an organization also face as a challenge. So in your opinion, based on the seminars, what do you think is the best way to reach out to those small-scale companies in order for them to start implementing D&I policies at work?
What we realized is that companies need role models, so that actually this large, small, medium scale forums of discussion are very, very much helpful for companies themselves to actually discuss issues, to learn from each other experience, because what we faced many times is that we as civil society, we're not seen as relevant enough for the knowledge that we pass in terms of procedures, in terms of understanding all the cultural of a company, because of course we come from a very specific point of view. But to enable these spaces of discussion for companies, for employers and employees, because in many times we are also talking about leveraging the space for employee resource groups, that this is a way to reach to these medium small scale companies. And then of course we have a very small country, but still with very different ways of seeing human rights and in particular LGBTI issues. So what we realized is that these online forums are indeed a good way to start the debate, but we will need to, if we want to continue this work of awareness raising, we will need to go on the ground when possible and to go to different cities that have different perspectives and to engage different actors. So not only companies, but companies also with municipalities, also with other key stakeholders that can actually help them to design these policies. And in many countries, we have the diversity charter. In our case, one of the seminars that we did was in partnership with the Portuguese diversity charter, and this also creates the engagement that is needed, because then they can subscribe to the letter, then they can become members of the charter and engage into different activities, and to focus on the intersectional part of it. So it's not only focused on LGBTI people, but in communities in general, which is something that is also very relevant to us.
Thank you. And reaching out to the small businesses in areas outside of the capital, in the capitals in our countries, is something that also Abilities worked on. And I would like to give the floor to Lily, maybe to share also a bit about these interesting seminars in the towns outside of Sofia.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, what Marta said is pretty relevant to our context as well, that the difference between the multinationals and the big organizations that have that infrastructure and that have that culture. Yeah,
The
louder.
microphone. Maybe
Or
the microphone is not working. Is it on?
maybe the microphone. I don't know. It's working. Okay, so I was told that I was speaking clearly in the first panel, and so maybe now I lost it. I lost
No,
the
I
magic.
think now it's better.
Now it's better.
Yeah.
So the situation with multinationals and the big companies that have that infrastructure and that have culture enshrined in their work is something that we can see very much taking place in Sofia. And also, I think that because of that, the microclimate that is being created here, even Bulgarian companies or smaller companies, but that are based in Sofia, do get quite fast on track with diversity and inclusion and all sorts of policies. While in the countryside, this is not the case because the mindset of the people is different. The way that they are connected, they pretty much know each other. They pretty much are part of the same social group. They went to school together. So coming out is far more difficult there because you are not only facing the stress that Alice was been talking about at work, but you also face it in your environment, in your neighborhood, in your family, in your extended family. So for employers there also, this is sort of a taboo because they come from that culture as well, where we don't talk about it. So that don't ask, don't tell, this is our main outcome, sadly, from the seminars in the country, that people just don't talk about sexual orientation and gender identity of their employees. And as Marta said, during the seminars also came up this feeling of exposure due to the online work that we all faced, and sharing your personal space, not only connected to your identity, but also just what items do you have in your home. I mean, everything that's connected with sharing creates a little less distance, and while at work you can choose to talk or not talk about something, then when it's presented on a screen and everybody can see it, then it's a different challenge. So I think that what Marta has been talking about is pretty relevant to our context here as well.
Thank you, Lily. We also touched the topic about role models, and for the LGBTI community, especially in Bulgaria and in other places, we talk a lot about having this visibility, role models, people that you can aspire to and really want to and admire. So a question to Alice and Ellen, in your respective countries, how do you feel there are enough role models for diversity and inclusion at the workplace? Yeah.
Than Bulgaria and Portugal. I think it's more open to talk about it, to talk about LGBTI. I think a lot more companies are actually working on diversity and inclusion of LGBTI. I'm not saying that all companies are. I'm not saying that there's no trouble in Belgium regarding LGBTI, because of course there is. But I think it's a little bit easier in Belgium to actually talk to companies and go to companies and talk about how they have to be inclusive towards LGBTI. Because the laws in Belgium for LGBTI are a little bit different, and because yeah, I don't really know the reason why, but I think we're just a little bit luckier and maybe have been working on it and on inclusion a longer time because we had the space to do so. And we have the politics that are somehow supportive of LGBTI, and I think that's a very important thing to have, that you have politicians that believe in you and that will support you and that will grant you some money to work on it.
Ellen?
Yeah, I was thinking related to that. We recently had some role models in our Belgian politician system. So we had a few years ago we had a gay prime minister, and now we have a trans vice prime minister. So that's also really for role, being out there as a role model. That's really important. There's still not enough role models there. And especially, like we talked also about leadership position and how leadership is important, but research actually shows that it's harder for LGBTI to get to these higher positions. So there is still a lot of work to do to get LGBTI plus persons into these leadership positions, because there they can really be a good role model.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think step by step we're getting ahead, and we have to be lucky with the small steps we can take, and sometimes it may feel that it's not going fast enough, but as long as we're making progress, it's good.
That's why projects like Prevent are so important, because they are bringing the diversity and inclusion to another level, especially when it's a common work done between so many different organizations and so many different cultural aspects. With us here today, we have Carol from Savaria, and you are also working on diversity and inclusion policies at Savaria. And there is a very interesting company scan that you do. Would you tell us a bit more about it?
Yes, thank you. So yes, I work at Savaria as well. I'm a colleague of Alice, and my main focus is actually the work floor at the moment. I give trainings to companies where we talk, for example, about gender inclusive communication, or about just the basis of LGBTI. We also do consultancy for them, where we maybe go through their documents, look at how they can change how the structure of the company is, and how the atmosphere is for LGBTI people. But indeed, a very nice thing we do is an inclusion scan, it's called. And with this inclusion scan, we actually work closely together with a company. They get a survey, a questionnaire, where we ask a lot of questions for a lot of different topics about LGBTI diversity and inclusion. We talk about internal communication, we talk about external communication, about leadership. Is there someone in the, in a high position who is connected to who is part of the community? We look at the policies, the networks. Do they have an LGBTI network, for example? When they fill in the survey, we also ask them to add some documents so we can see if what they say is true, of course, and how they work exactly. We go through all these documents through the survey, and then we have a call with them where we talk about all this, and afterwards we write a report. And that's actually the important part, where we look at what the company is doing very good. We try to motivate them, of course, to go on with that. But we also look at what they can do better, what the chances are for the future. And then, we write this in this report. We present this to them. And then we also gonna look what are the next things for this company. Do they need a training, for example, on gender inclusive communication? Do they need a training for HR, how they can be better with unconscious bias towards LGBTI people and stuff like that? And we oftentimes they actually follow a longer trajectory with us, where we together work very specifically in a sustainable way on these changes in the company. So that's I really like to do it, and I think you really see the change.
Thank you. That's so important. Thank you for being on the panel, because that's a very important input, and it's a thing that many companies can reach out to you, or other organizations try to implement, and I think this is something quite unique. And good job, Savaria.
Thank you.
With us here on the panel today is also Monica Pisankaneva. from Abilities organization. Monica, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear. Can you hear me as well?
Yes, we can,
Yes.
but we don't see
Okay.
you at the moment. We hope we're gonna see you in a
Yes.
second. All right, we see you. It's great.
Okay.
It's great to see you. So Monica, Abilities was also a very key partner to the project. What is in few words? What are you taking out of this project as an outcome and as something that Abilities would further facilitate in their work?
A very important learning from the face-to-face meetings that we managed to conduct in the country in 2 cities outside of Sofia, these were Varna and Stara Zagora, was that the small and medium-sized companies need a trigger in order to start implementing diversity and inclusion policies. So role models are very important, but they don't always relate to the large multinational companies as a role model because they are local, national, and they employ less than 10 people and they don't have an HR department and so on. So what they need, and we were in this role actually, was an external trigger that can make them aware of the issues that LGBTI people face in the workplace. So the people who attended the seminars were quite open-minded, and we were lucky with that. So we didn't face any rejection of what we offered. We faced interest and readiness to learn more. But it's really important to provide this external trigger. So our takeaway from the project is that we will be happy to do more face-to-face meetings with small and medium-sized companies across the country, and that would be nice to continue in future projects.
Thank you, Moni. That's a very useful input. As you know, the Prevent project is coming to an end, and this international forum is also the final event of the project. For everyone watching us on social media or online, reach out to us. You can find all these resources, learning modules, tools, reports, deliverables of different campaigns that we did. You can find it on the websites of the partners. Again, Savaria, Abilities, and Glass in Bulgaria, Ivv Portugal, and Ideaway. Everything is available and of course free of charge, so you can make a good use of it. So thank you all for being in the panel. It wasn't a very diverse, gender diverse panel, I'm just now realizing, but never mind, diversity and inclusion is often a bit feminized in a way. So thank you again for being on the panel, and a round of applause. Hello, and we are back. I mentioned Vessi Tasheva was a regular at our events, but this time she wasn't that regular. So we're hopeful that she's going to be able to join us next. Next on the panel, we have a very, very interesting speaker who joined us from Germany, and she's the Global Head Diversity and Inclusion at SumUp, with over 10 years of proven experience, a strong passion for diversity and inclusion, with global as well as local market experience, and with business acumen coming from commercial marketing background. Felicitas studied and lived in Germany, the USA, Britain, and France, and she's an intercultural business trainer, organizational change manager, and psychology consultant. So many different roles, one person. Felicitas, the floor is yours. So great to have you.
Thank you so much, Simeon, and thank you all for having us. We are delighted to be part of this conference and very excited to learn a lot from you and drive this agenda together. Congratulations, Simeon, also for setting this up with your team. It's incredible to have this here in Bulgaria, and we're super excited to be part of it. Before we share a little bit around what we're doing and why we're doing it, and also then, we're going to look at allyship, let me first share with you our vision. It's a very ambitious vision, we're aware of that, but we want to become a leading company in D&I that really empowers our societies that we live in. And this, of course, focuses on the one hand side on LGBTQ+, but also gender, different abilities, ethnic background, and the different life stages we are in. So we have just started the journey around a year ago, and there is a lot for us to do. We are not perfect yet, we are not great yet, we need to get better, and we're looking forward to doing so. So why we're doing this, right? It's a human rights issue for us and just the right thing to do. And of course, it's always also good for business. Because only if we are diverse and we focus on diversity and inclusion, can we attract and retain and develop our best talents. Looking at some data points, of course, we all know 7 to 10% belong to the LGBTQ+ community, 1% identify as trans, 15% of our world population have a different ability. Of course, gender is again, it's let's say women diversity is at parity. Yet there are some countries where we see really also parity in top management positions globally, and some other countries, the picture looks very different. And of course, there are different ethnic backgrounds and so on and so forth. And only if we're diverse, we understand our merchants' needs and are then also therefore successful. But we also want to give back to our communities and support local communities and in what they need. What we have done is, when I started a year ago, our team have conducted focus groups and of course looked at different our KPIs and research insights. So we have established our D&I strategy based on our values, which is we care, giving back to our communities, team first, everything was about sum up and around sum up, and then founders mentality, we also want to give back or support entrepreneurs from minoritized groups and help them be successful. Throughout the day, we have already heard various KPIs and research insights. So thank you very much for sharing. And especially on LGBTQ+, coming out is, as our communities know, not a one thing you do in life, but it happens all the time. And 50% actually of the respondents from some research that we have read come out at least once a week and sometimes several times a day. And actually, when I spoke to a few people, they also said, when we move teams or we have managers and we don't know whether they're allies or not, we really struggle, and it does have a tremendous impact on our mental health and well-being. So that is why we have actually at SumUp created a diversity lanyard. Because someone then said, if I see the little flag on the lanyard of my managers, around my manager's neck, I can finally breathe. So this is small actions we can take and we need to take to ensure our colleagues and our communities feel safe and belong. And then if we look at some more research insights, about half of the respondents in the LGBTQ+ community were almost or never out throughout their lives. And you can see here it's 54% in Bulgaria, it's 11% in Germany. And being based in Germany, I can also tell you, I have several friends that also struggle, and the journey is not easy, just to bring the whole context in. So what we have done at SumUp is we have created an 8-action point plan. For example, when we speak about senior leadership visibility and also support, we hosted our first global diversity inclusion all hands with, of course, all our executives involved, our leadership team. 50% of our SumUpers participated, and we also showcased someone, let's say, or had a role model there for the communities, someone from the LGBTQ+ community that is on executive level, so belongs to our leadership, and he shared his insights insights and experiences, having lived abroad in different countries, also where it's illegal to be LGBTQ+. So this was really a very inspiring story and very, very important moment to also have role model at SumUp and for our communities. So they know they can progress. We also look at, of course, our representation. I'm super proud to announce that we have around 13% of our SumUpers identify as LGBTQ+, 1% in Brazil identify as trans, and you know, in Bulgaria we don't know so many, so this is also a good sign. We do need to continue our journey here, or basically start our journey, and we're looking forward to doing this also with you all here, and we had great conversations already about follow-ups, so we can't wait to drive this. What we have done in terms of policies and policies, we have gender neutralized our people policies, and really it's important to look at the gender neutral language. And I've heard already some companies have global parental policies, which is fantastic. And there we are not there yet, but you know, let's see what the future will bring. And we also focus on capabilities. So throughout the year, we have different webinars that we offer in terms of understanding trans, understanding LGBTQ+, and a big thanks to all our networks that help drive this. But we also look at, for example, neurodiversity, autism, we look at, you know, black and race, the topic of, you know, our challenges there. And also domestic violence and abuse, for example, because often we don't speak about it so much, but yet, you know, about, I think, 1/3 have or will experience it in their lifetime. So it's very important to look at it, especially also with a minoritized lens and the challenges then our the minoritized groups face there. And I'm super happy to announce that we have rolled out our inclusive leadership workshop. It's 50% of our leaders have participated throughout the last month. And we do look at also unconscious biases, microaggressions, micro-inequities, but also privilege, right? And sometimes privilege is also sometimes a difficult topic to start with, a conversation with, but so important to be aware of our own privileges, our own biases, in order then to be allies for minoritized groups and take action. So there, for example, we do speak about different scenarios and different jokes in inverted commas, and the impact that just a statement, just a comment or a joke can have on different people, sometimes from the same, sometimes from very different backgrounds. And it's really incredible because also if you then constantly hear those little nudges, let's say, or little micro inequities or the comments, it can have a tremendous impact on the psychologically safety of people, and then of course also on the mental health, well-being, and then the performance as well, of course, but also, yeah, I mean, on the whole state of mind. What we also do there is we speak about the unspoken, also about fears that people have who might not be ready yet to be visible allies. I mean, I don't know if we probably have heard conversations around, you know, some are afraid that other people could could perceive them as gay or lesbian, for example, so they don't dare to stand in for the community. And these conversations are really, really important because we can support each other in our journey there. We can create understanding and also coach each other to become visible allies here. Looking at the development, we of course have just started only the journey, but our active networks, what we have done there is we match them with our executives or leadership sponsors, basically. So it's a little bit like a reverse mentoring from both sides, so people can actually learn, the leadership learns from network members, vice versa. And this, you know, we do need to drive further and become better in this, but this is what we have started. And of course, being in a global company, we do have also local markets, specific needs and approaches, depending also on the societies and cultures, of course, that we are in. But yeah, it's, you know, really important to have like a global vision and strategy, but be mindful of local market specifics. And of course, external engagement. I mean, we are here, and you know, this is our start now, and we're excited to continue this and constantly have a communication not only inside Summer, but also outside, and reaching our merchants, reaching our suppliers, and also co-partners. And we have already had some conversations which we need to continue, because only if we stay together and work together, we can achieve great things, and we are stronger. So what is allyship actually? There are different definitions, but let's take a look at this one. Ally is basically a verb, so it's to advocate and amplify voices from minoritized groups, to also listen and to build trust with the networks of minoritized groups, to learn and expand our awareness and knowledge around it, but also to yield to the groups and to be able to support them. And it's actually about driving change. It's sometimes not easy. It's, we go out of our comfort zones. We challenge our own upbringing, our own biases, and we get aware of them. And yeah, it is a journey, but definitely worth it. So we have put together a few ideas of what we can do together. But just before I go there, maybe just some more research insights. Our world is designed by men and often for men, and many biases play out there. So, for example, if you have read the book or listened to the book Invisible Women, you might have. Hands up, maybe if you have. I see some. They show, for example, that how cars are designed, the likelihood that a woman dies in a car crash is much higher than a man, because men have constructed it and tested the seatbelts for men. And again, it's not intentional, it's not, but it's just how the world is. If we look at accessibility, right, our world is not so accessible for people that either are in a wheelchair or visually impaired, or are very have a strong neurodiverse background. So we really need to look at that. Research also shows that their biases around the black population plays out. For example, Pern Kandola conducted a research where they shared a CV of a white man with criminal backgrounds and then the same CV of a black man without criminal backgrounds. Yet the white man got more often invited to interviews. So we really need to be aware of our processes. We need to de-bias our processes and constantly improve. But of course, also in terms of gender, for example, you probably all know the Heidi and Howard case study, where they had the same case study just once, with Heidi, once with Howard. And the way they described Heidi was more, pushy, bossy, too ambitious, but Howard was the leader we want to work for. So these are, plenty of research insights, and of course as well around, all different dimensions. We just need to be aware of them. We need to admit that we are all biased, and then try to improve. So what we all can do is start, of course, with education, right? We also know that, I'm constantly learning. No one is perfect. We all make mistakes, and we need to create a safe environment where we can actually make those mistakes and learn. We can apologize and progress. If we don't have this safe space, we will not, I'm sure, I don't know, but it's my opinion, we will not really easily achieve change, because people are afraid to say things and so on and so forth. So let's do it together. But of course, as I mentioned before, we also need to examine our prejudices, our own biases, and reflect deeply on how were we brought up. When are we okay with ourselves? Who are our friends? Who do we appreciate? Who don't we like? And really, truly be honest with ourselves, because we are all biased. We all, prefer people that are similar to us. We all dislike people that are a little bit different, because maybe also we have never met or spoken to those people, let's say. Or, of course, looking at the history, many things have happened, right? So we do need to examine our biases and really, feel them and acknowledge them, and then, let's say, try to remove them or act against them. What's really helpful, especially for leaders, is to give constructive feedback. Research also shows that the way leaders give feedback to minoritized groups is different than to the let's say main group, because they are afraid how they might take it. But only to give really constructive feedback, everybody knows the development areas better and can progress and develop. So, you know, also check here your our thoughts behind and really give constructive feedback. And at the same time, also, of course, we need to accept the feedback. If we have made a mistake, if we have said something that hurt someone, you know, accept it. It's their truth as well, and yeah, don't try to let's say speak around it or explain yourself. Just accept it and then apologize, and yeah, don't make it again. And just also in terms of allyship, it's not really let's say you know, it's not a badge that I or you or we all can just put on and be, you know, proud, but it's actually we earn it throughout our own actions. And you know, it's a change, it's a process, and we do need to be we need to take actions, right, to actually deserve it as well. What's really important is to be to show empathy and also vulnerability, to speak about the own challenges, the own concerns, what we are afraid of, or what we have experienced, because then you can actually have a really honest and truthful conversation around that. And what I've mentioned before as well, we need to be aware of all our privileges. I mean, I think all in the room here, and I don't know, outside there, we are quite privileged. We need to be aware of it, and don't be ashamed or so, or defend it, but just use it, own it, and then take action to drive positive change and to help others who are not so privileged. And one thing that I personally find quite challenging sometimes is to challenge actually micro inequities, behaviors that are inappropriate. And you know, we often say this, and it's often written and out there, but actually the doing is you know, the next step, right? So whenever you see behaviors or comments, if someone interrupts, you know, if the other person or makes jokes which are, you know, not funny, let's challenge them in a genuine way, right? And let's you know, share our thoughts, our perspectives, and stand in also, especially for those minoritized groups who might not be able to stand up in that moment because they don't feel safe. So you know, think about your next situation at work, or a situation you have had in the past, on when you wanted to challenge, or you thought maybe it's not appropriate, but you didn't dare to. So just, you know, if it's genuine and but candid, let's say, we call it radical candor from the book, at sum up, then it can really be very efficient and effective, and it will drive change. And of course, you know, constantly listen actively and ask questions also if we are uncertain or if we don't know what to do. I've also reached out many times to different groups because I just didn't know, and asked what they needed from SumUp, from me, from my team, in order to be better allies. So I think this was just like to give you an overview of what we can do as allies, and it's, you know, why it's so important. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if you have any questions. I don't know if I'm out of time or have time left. Okay, great. Then I would say thank you. And, you know, Simon, what you said before, really better together. Only if we stick together, if we drive change, we can actually achieve great things. So thank you so much for having us.
Absolutely. It was really the motto, better together, and your talk really proved it. Thank you so much. It's a very valuable input, and I'm taking so much, even on a personal level, kind of everyday communication, that we have to challenge ourselves, speak up, don't be afraid. Sometimes that's very important, especially when you don't know the LGBTI community. You just need very often to ask. So
thank you, and also thank you for we learned a lot here, and thanks for sharing. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out.
Absolutely, it's a journey that we are on together. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, moving forward, of course, we're gonna do a third try this time, and hopefully it's gonna work. I'm giving the floor to Vesi Tasheva. Vesi, are you here? Can you hear us? Can you
Yes,
see?
I can hear you. I
Awesome.
can see you.
Awesome.
How's everyone?
It's amazing to have you finally. So maybe during the day on our name tags, you've seen that we put the preferred pronouns. This is something that it's sometimes it's new for the companies. It's difficult to handle, though it's just a pronoun. So finally, we are turning an eye on the pronouns. So Vessi, the floor is yours. What's about the pronouns?
Thank you so much, Moni. Now, WebEx has been really challenging today. I'm happy that we managed to connect the audio, and I won't be able to connect the slides. Not first time using WebEx, but anyway, so I will be walking through my talk without the slides. I will keep it entertaining though. So we will be talking about pronouns, and before we go into that, I'm Vessi, founder and CEO of Vessi.com. We're really proud to share that we were just recognized as one of the top 10 emerging diversity and inclusion consultancies in Europe for 2021. And we'll be talking about pronouns, and maybe you're thinking, what are pronouns? Actually, it seems like I might be able to connect the slides. No. Anyway, when I was putting together the talk, it reminded me of a situation when a friend of mine, an LGBTQ activist and D&I champion in Bulgaria, told me, I don't believe in non-binary people. And I thought, interesting. Like, I am a non-binary person, but he doesn't believe in non-binary people existing. So it's quite a situation, right? And I was thinking, okay, in some way I get it, because it's hard to believe in something that you haven't experienced yourself. It's not a lived experience. It's not something that's maybe like you're exposed to regularly in your life. So naturally, you wouldn't understand why it's there. You don't see it, and it's harder to understand it. So I identify as non-binary, and my pronouns are she and they. So by sharing my story today, it's an attempt to hopefully help you see a non-binary person, understand a little bit better, maybe even accept the idea of what non-binary means, and why it's not just an idea, but it's a valid identity like any other. So, what are pronouns? Because that could be confusing. So a pronoun is so let's say I want to say I work from home, and you're talking in third person about me. Maybe you're saying Vessi works from home. So you can say Vessi works from her home, or Vessi works from their home. And you might be confusing, like, why am I using her? Why am I using their? How is that? How does that make any sense? The reason is that I use both she and they as my pronouns. It doesn't mean you need to use both at the same time, but you can use either. So the way you would typically see it in my email signature or on Slack or on my slides, when it's possible to share my slides, it will say she and then / they. You can see that in the program for today's event. We can also say she works from her home or they work from their home, and those would be equally valid and respectable for me. Now, maybe you're thinking, okay, I get it, you identify as non-binary, your pronouns are she and they, but fine. Why is that? What does it mean? So, I hear what you're saying, but why and what does it mean? Maybe some of you are familiar with the genderbread person. It's a concept. It's very quick to look up online, genderbread. So it's a play of words like gingerbread person. But well, let's see. Maybe you'll be able to see my slides now. Moni, can you confirm if you can see my slides? Or yep. Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much. Wow. Amazing. Perfect time actually for the illustration. So WebEx has been really slow today. So the genderbread person shows us how things are not so binary the way we usually think about them. It addresses identity, attraction, expression, And I'll show you a little bit, showing the wrong screen. Let me see. So which one do you see then? Oh, this one. Okay. So I'll swap screens. Thanks for the...
Yeah, Vessi, because you have so many screens, you need to find the right one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Typically, it's not a problem, but today it's been an interesting day.
Yeah.
So you should be able to see properly the gender person now, yeah?
Yes, now we can see it. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You and your team have been great with the tech challenges today. Okay, so we can see the genderbread person again. You know, we can see identity, attraction, expression, but what does it mean? So when each one of us reflects on, you know, who they're sexually attracted or romantically, or their gender identity and expression, things are on a spectrum. And it's not like women and men are on the opposite ends, on the opposite ends of those spectrums, but these are actually separate spectrums on their own. You see that sexually attracted is to women is one, to men is another one, and so on, rather than being very opposites of each other. So I'll illustrate that. So personally, I am sexually attracted to men. I'm also sexually attracted to women, and slightly bit more to women than men. And then romantically attracted now a bit further more to women than to men. You might be thinking, okay, so well, you know, what does it mean? Does it make me bisexual? Does it make me pansexual? Technically, both would be valid. Bisexual, however, implies that we're treating this as like a binary definition. In general, bisexual means being sexually and or romantically attracted to both genders. So it suggests they're two. While pansexual allows for any gender, including gender non-conforming people. So it's a much more inclusive definition, but also maybe attitude. Now, I don't really identify as bisexual or pansexual, though, but as a lesbian. And the reason for that is, you know, we can call it, we can say it's for social reasons, it could be for political reasons, it could be many socially. Whenever, let's say, people, you know, some people who would like perceive me as bisexual might think that is like an open invitation for them to join me and my girlfriend. So I'm like, no, lesbian, that's just easier, no confusion, no unintended invites. And politically, you know, I guess it kind of like helps with things, but it also reflects on the fact that romantically and sexually, I'm interested in a long-term female partner. So I feel like it reflects on my intentions more. Now, I'll tell you a little bit about my childhood, and this is the start of a timeline. So when I say I'm non-binary, people are not sure what it means, and it's been more of a journey than just pinning it down on a spectrum. So this is me, young age. So as a child, I kind of felt a bit more like a boy. I did not identify as a boy, but if anyone was asking me, you know, are you a boy? I'd be like, no, I'm a girl. And because I was told I was a girl, so I must be a girl. At the same time, playing with the boys, soccer, whatever, I never felt like I was one of the girls either. So I was not a boy, but I didn't feel like a girl either. And I would even be like, ew, like girls play with dolls, they scream so much. Like I couldn't relate. So that's where things started. I really loved playing soccer with the boys. They usually underestimated me. I'll be the last one to pick at the start, and then I'll be one of the best. So I love that plot twist and just seeing their faces playing. Now, at the end of primary school, so just as puberty was starting to hit, you know, a few things were happening. On the one side, my mom was saying, you know, you shouldn't be playing soccer anymore because you're a girl now, and you know, it will be sending a mixed signal to boys. Like, it's something that you can do at an earlier age, but now, you know, kind of like entering puberty, not so great. But also, girls were starting to have like bigger breasts, whatever, like signs of puberty, boys would be especially interested in that. And it was very strange because at pretty much the same time, all of the boys in class would be fascinated by the breasts of all of the girls, and they'd be trying to grab them. And the majority of the boys would be participating in that, and the majority of the girls would be, I guess, the receivers of that, questionably wanted or not attention. Why it was confusing to me, in some way I was like, I definitely don't want anyone to be grabbing me. I'm not interested in that. On the other side, the message was clear. Socially, you want that to be happening to you because it's a form of validation that you're feminine enough, you're worthy of attention. So it's a form of recognition and validation that socially you fit in. You're where you're supposed to be. That's what the majority of people do. Not to mention, I'm actually not sure if young people would still be doing that at that specific age, but it was almost acceptable in a way. There was, where like class teacher brought all of the parents, talked to the boys at some point, so that behavior decreased. But in some way, it wasn't considered bad. So that social achievement element in being part of this experience was still there. So later on, in high school, in university, I already had the experience of, if you fit in, if you're perceived as female the way female is expected of you, then you're recognized, you're liked, etc. So if I wanted to look feminine, kind of like on the picture here, I knew how to do it, but I was not capable to do that more than 10 or 20% of my time. If I had to do it 100% of my time, it would have felt like a torture. So I wasn't able to do that. So that was still a big internal conflict. I was like, oh, am I not trying hard enough to be what's expected of me? Then a few years later, second year of university, I realized that I was gay. I came out publicly, and that felt like it allowed me to get in touch with my masculinity. And I was still not as much in touch with my femininity. And I guess, I should be thankful to the stereotypes of what people expect a lesbian to look like. She can be masculine, almost man-like, and that allowed me to connect with that aspect of myself. It was expected, accepted, and almost there was like an explanation for it. And then I moved to Ireland, and this is where I live now. I'm in Dublin, and walking down the street, you don't get that much of attention for being gay or for being for looking maybe not so clearly defined as like male, female, in those binary terms. So that slightly shifted my femininity on the slide, as you can see. It is very different if you're in an interracial relationship. Then you get some looks here. So I was like, okay, so my gender identity was somewhat defined. My gender identity was still, my gender expression was still in process. About 4 years ago, I started going to therapy, and it was a fantastic experience to get to know myself better and work on certain things. And about 3 years ago, I kind of realized, okay, I don't fully, like I've never identified as a man, but I didn't identify as a woman either. So it was also around the time when I was launching Vessi.com. So as being a solo entrepreneur, running your own business, you're thinking about, I should come across as strong, I should have, impressive performance, I should demonstrate leadership. And a lot of those are words that carry masculinity. Yeah, great, I was able to connect to my masculinity, but it was robbing me from the ability to, can I be successful not by erasing femininity and not by detaching and disconnecting from femininity. So eventually in January 2020, I embraced the fact that I identify as non-binary. And that's where I had a sense of relief. I felt like I'm not a woman and expected to meet certain gender norms and expectations for a woman. I'm non-binary. And there I felt that I created and I experienced the space and environment to actually experiment with femininity and see what's comfortable for me. So, and that's why you see kind of, to the end, like femininity and masculinity extended here. Partially because of the lockdown, partially because of that, I started growing my hair, and eventually when I had access to a hairdresser, I decided not to go back to, this way shorter haircut. And now I'm really enjoying my longer hair. Obviously, it's not a talk about haircuts. There is much more here. So what I'm trying to say is like gender identity and expression is a journey. It's very similar to how we experience our sexual orientation journey, many of us in the LGBTQ community. So yes, I do identify as non-binary. My pronouns are she and they. Maybe you have seen in the program, some people would be using he, others she, others they. Sometimes would be using a mixture, like the one I am. And the reason I use both she and they is that I feel it reflects my personal journey with who I am. So it is very individual. Now, if I am to be a parent, how would I be asking my kids to refer to me? Personally, I would probably go for mom, but it doesn't mean that that would be the rule of thumb for every single non-binary person. They might have other preference. Maybe some people would prefer that, other people might prefer something else. So why bother using the correct pronouns? Well, if you meet someone, you would probably want to show respect. You want to address them with the correct name. And not doing that would be considered, oh, you can't be bothered to, make a basic effort for this person. It could look like you're mocking me or that person. If that's a repetitive behavior, let's say, the person is saying, hey, like I prefer this name or I prefer those pronouns, and that's being systematically ignored, then, HR could consider it harassment. Now, how can we show respect to people and their pronouns and actually create an environment where they feel comfortable to disclose them with us rather than feeling like, ooh, how extravagant, I have pronouns that might not reflect on what you think you see and what my pronouns should be. So how do we do that? It could be included on our LinkedIn, on our Slack, in our Zoom, profile when we join a meeting. It could be how we address people over email or in a meeting. We should not be saying guys first because not everyone is a guy in the audience. But then second, even when we say guys and gals or whatever, or gentlemen and blah blah, like, but that suggests it's binary. So we can just say hi everyone. And it's also like in the email signature, but also it's a nice way to introduce yourself. Like you can say, hi, I'm Ivan or Ivan, my pronouns are he, him, and then the person who will be introducing next feels comfortable to address that if that's something they want to disclose themselves. So what do we do in a world that bombards us with stereotypes? We grow up, so till like age 5, we have internalized all of the stereotypes in our social and cultural environment. So what do we do with that? We have been taught and shown since early age that the world is divided by men and women, that like these are the options. And then as we grow up, we start to realize, wait, it's not so simple. There are also gay people, there are trans people, there are non-binary people, and some of those can feel very unsettling, as like unsettling ideas or concepts when these are people. So, you know, we start feeling challenged by what's surrounding us the more exposure we get. So to practice inclusion and successfully reconnect with others, first we need to reconnect with ourselves. So how do we do that? If we use attachment and authenticity, and I'll go into them in a second, that allows us to accept ourselves and then be more open to accept the others. So how do we activate this? A great way to learn about attachment, a book called Attached. Attachment is defined in each one of us on how we have experienced our first interactions with our primary caregiver. So that's shaped in the first actually months. Even how the pregnancy is going for a mother predefines the attachment style of the child. There are many studies there. A great book to read because it helps you also with your romantic relationships, even work relationships, fantastic context. Then the second thing, how can we learn about ourselves, experience get to learn what our authentic self looks like? It can be done in a safe environment where we use our curiosity to explore our authentic self. So there are two things here. We can do it on our own. That's also for free. We can do it through a diary, or we can do journaling when we're on me dates, for example, or we can do it, you know, in a more of a formal setup, an hour a week, maybe with a therapist or with a coach, and do that with their support. And some of us benefit more from one than the other. It really depends on personality. So often in the LGBTQ society, you know, community, not society, the community, we think of ourselves as very inclusive, but then are we equally inclusive to all of the members, all of the letters in the abbreviation? So I want to leave you with a couple of things to reflect on your own. And this is where we are ending today. Do you accept yourself 100%? Do you accept the others 100%? Have you created the time and space to self-reflect, to reflect on your own inner self, your authentic self, to check in with your inner self, to mind yourself? And do you know anything about your attachment style? So I'll just leave it here. If you have any questions, happy to connect. Feel free to reach out to me. And that's me. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Vessi. Always a pleasure, and what an important topic. It's so nice that we brought it, especially when we talk about diversity and inclusion of LGBTI people. That's far more than just important. You're watching the Better Together International Forum. I'm Simeon Vasilev, and we are going into a short 10 minutes break. So we'll be back with the final panel of the day. See you in a bit.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back after the break. Nice to meet you, everyone. I'm Sofia. So Simon said take over, so that's what I'm doing. I'm taking over on behalf of Glass Foundation. And it's my greatest pleasure to be one of the hosts for the Prevent project today. And also, I'm very, very excited to be a part of this third panel, actually, because yesterday I was just talking about how diversity is usually invited to the table, but inclusion is being asked to dance. And that's why we are starting the third panel with Jo Lebedska, and why and how companies can engage to push the LGBTQI inclusion agenda forward. And please welcome to the stage, Jo.
Thanks a lot, Sofia. Hi, everyone. My name is Jo. I represent Proud at Work Foundation, an organization that is based in Germany. And I'm today to talk to you about corporate advocacy. But before I go there, I would like to tell you that I'm extremely excited to have heard the very beautiful talk that we had just before the break about the pronouns and this beautiful journey of Vessi, how the journey of of non-binary, and I would like to say that I don't use any third-person pronouns to refer to myself, as I do identify myself as non-binary too. So no pronouns, another version of expression when it comes to usage of pronouns. But I'm not here to talk about this, so maybe we can take it offline. Corporate advocacy, why and how companies can engage to push LGBTIQ agenda forward. Let's look first of all on the agenda for my talk. At the very beginning, I would like to tell you a little bit more about Proud at Work Foundation and what we do. And then we will dive straight into the why and the how. So, why LGBTIQ inclusion and how this can be done. Afterwards, we will look a little bit at some different channels of influence that companies can use in order to influence the LGBTIQ situation in the public sphere. And at the end, I would like to share a best practice example with you. So let's begin with Proud at Work Foundation. This is a non-profit organization based in Germany, but also acting on international level, striving to achieve equal opportunities for everyone in the workplace, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. So we are basically LGBTIQ inclusion experts in the workplace context, and we work with organizations and companies supporting them on the journey to more LGBTIQ inclusion. So we work with employers, and we work also with employee resource groups in order to help them shape inclusive corporate culture. But through this work, we also believe and hope to achieve change in the society at large. We do believe that companies have a great power and they can influence the situation of LGBTIQ people not only inside of the company's walls, but also in the public sphere. And today we'll talk about this exactly. I would like to share just one example with you. Except of the support that we provide for companies to help them implement LGBTIQ inclusion measures in the workplace, we also implement political campaigns, and we do lobbying work. And one of our campaigns is a blood donation campaign. The situation in Germany at the moment is following. Men having sex with men theoretically can donate blood, but practically they're actually excluded from doing so, because they would have to abstain from having sex for 12 months. So yeah, the theory may be possible, practice not very much. And we do believe that it's extremely discriminatory practice, and we want to change that. So as you can see, even in Germany, in a country that some could think that it's like everything is already almost achieved, well, that's definitely not the case. We have many struggles and many fights still to fight. And this is one of them. And so the blood donation campaign is supported by companies, by different corporations that are accompanying us on that journey. So we do work with many bigger but also smaller companies. Here you can take a look on our Proud Employers. This is our membership program, and we have 50 plus companies whom we support and who support us also with different projects that we implement. But enough about Proud at Work. Let's talk about corporate advocacy. Let's talk first and foremost about the why. Well, we've covered that already a little bit in other speeches and other talks today, but I would like to talk to you about the business case about LGBTIQ inclusion, because of course many companies just know that it's the right thing to do, to be inclusive, but there is more than that. In the business context, in fact, if you want to be successful, if you want to remain competitive, if you want to be innovative, you need diversity and inclusion, you need to be also LGBTIQ inclusive. So the strong business case is there, and we use different facts and figures, numbers, to basically talk about it. So let's talk about both internal and external perspective. Firstly, let's begin with the internal one. Let's think about productivity. People who feel valued, who feel like they are accepted, who feel that they can be themselves in the workplace, obviously will be more productive than the ones who are actually scared or feel like they have to hide their true self at work. So therefore, it's also obvious that being LGBTIQ inclusive can boost productivity and employee engagement. Because if people don't have to hide themselves, if they feel like they can come out in the workplace, they're basically more productive. In fact, there are studies which confirm that people who don't feel that they can come out, there is up to 30% of productivity and employee engagement loss. So definitely not a number that can be disregarded, I would say. Another aspect, recruitment. If you want to attract and retain top talent, you definitely need to consider LGBTIQ people. In fact, more than 70% of allies of LGBTIQ people are more likely to accept a job in a company that is supportive of their LGBTIQ employees. So we are not even talking here exclusively about LGBTIQ community. We are talking about their relatives, we are talking about friends, we are talking about the family. All of these people are looking what companies are doing. And thinking about Generation Z, this is the generation that was born after 95, they are actually 70% of that generation is looking into diversity inclusion measures of companies, and 70% will only accept a job from a company which implements diversity inclusion measures. So here we are really not talking only about the LGBTIQ community, but the really society at large. What else? Well, LGBTIQ inclusion can definitely help you make better business decisions. There are studies which confirm that companies which have LGBT-friendly policies are basically more profitable. If you take into consideration the Global Innovation Index and compare it and correlate it with human rights data, it has been confirmed that more open countries are also more innovative. I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory, I think. If you have different perspectives at your table, you can generate more ideas, so you can be more innovative. And this is one part of the equation, but the other part is having LGBTIQ perspective at that table allows you to tap into a very important target group, which is LGBTIQ community. LGBTIQ community has a very strong purchasing power. It is estimated at around $3.7 trillion globally. Not a small number, I would say, so definitely something to consider. And also, a very important fact is more than 70% of LGBTIQ individuals, and even more than 80% of allies, are more keen to buy products and services from companies which are LGBTIQ inclusive. So these were just a couple of numbers for you to reiterate the very strong business case behind LGBTIQ inclusion. So we have that, and so let's think about the how. How can we get there? What companies can do to achieve that? Well, we have three operating models which were developed in the Out in the World study, which has been published by Center for Talent Innovation 5 years ago. And the first operating model is when in Rome. When in Rome, it's all about adhering to the norms of the jurisdiction. So companies are not doing more than what is actually expected from the legal perspective. Then we have embassy model. Here is about implementation and enforcement of supportive measures, of supportive policies for LGBTIQ employees, but inside the company's walls. So definitely engaging for LGBTIQ employees, but not yet positioning externally for the cause. And then finally, the highest model, so to say, the model that many companies strive for is the advocate model. Here, we are talking about supporting local LGBTIQ activists and also lobbying with local legislators for them to enact protective laws. So these are the three models that have been already used also in many other papers, not only out in the world. But one could ask a question, how we can get there, how we can move from when in Rome to embassy, and then from embassy to the advocate model. We can take a look at standards of conduct for business on tackling discrimination against LGBTI people. These standards have been actually signed by almost 400 companies on a global level. And these standards include important points which could be like a guiding star, how to move from one model to another. The first point is about respecting human rights of LGBTIQ employees. The second point is about eliminating discrimination in the workplace. Third one, supporting your LGBTIQ staff in the workplace. And then the fourth point is about not discriminating your LGBTI customers, distributors, suppliers, and also expecting your business partners to do the same and insisting on that. And the fifth point is standing up for human rights of LGBTIQ people in the communities your business operates in. So the first 3 points are focusing more on the internal perspective, whereas the 2 last points are actually showing the external perspective, so that companies have the responsibility to act also in the public sphere. So that's why I liked the talk of Ella from IBM, the opening speech, where she said that, where they said that this is actually a very important part, a responsibility to act, to drive change in the society. But still, many companies, although they signed the standards, are struggling with putting these standards into practice. The question is, how can they do this? We do believe that companies are very powerful, they have economic power, they have connections that can be used in order to drive that change, but what are the tangible ways and where you can find them? Well, I would very much like to invite you to take a look at the report called Channels of Influence. This is a report published by Open for Business. Open for Business is a coalition of global companies which are striving to promote LGBTIQ inclusive societies through economic and business case for LGBTIQ inclusion. And in this particular paper, they list different ways how companies can drive the change. And this shows also that these ways are not always just standing at the forefront, signing certain statements. Some of these ways are actually also acting behind closed doors, but these measures are also proven to be very impactful. So let's take a look, what kind of channels could that be? Starting with a value chain channel. Here we are talking about your suppliers, about distributors, and about your consumers. An example of a good practice could be create a clear engagement supplier policy that is stating that you do not do business with partners who discriminate against LGBTI, and include that clear policy into all of your supplier contracts. Like that, we get a snowball effect. It's not anymore only you, but it's also all your suppliers that are getting affected and that are being influenced to drive that change. Then we have financial channel. Here we are talking about investors, about financial services, financial institutions. Here, for example, you can engage in conversations with financial institutions and convince them to include non-discrimination in their lending standards, for example. Lending standards that they use to make financial decisions for other groups in the country. Another snowball effect. Then we have public policy channel. Here we talk about regulators, government, legislators. One of good practice could be conduct exactly this behind the scenes diplomacy. So not necessarily you always need to do something in public. You can conduct this behind the scenes diplomacy and engage in conversation with state officials, talking to them about certain discrimination cases of LGBTIQ people and how it affects you and your business in the local context. Another important channel is industry channel. Chambers of commerce, trade unions, other industry bodies. Here you can, for example, talk to trade unions and tell them about the benefits of inclusive workplace and empower them through this to also be more communicative about these non-discriminative measures. And last, but definitely not least, is the civil society channel. Here we are talking about the communities, NGOs, media. And here you have a multitude of possibilities to support, but it doesn't have to be always financial support. Actually, you can send some subtle signals like inclusive language in your public statements. This is a subtle but important signal for LGBTIQ community that you support them. Or you can revisit your competencies and think how my company's competencies can actually help the NGOs. You could, for example, provide a training on social media profile boosting, or you can provide financial planning workshop, or you can simply just provide a space where NGO can meet if they don't have any other possibility to do that elsewhere. So as you can see, there is plenty of ways how you can push the agenda forward, and it doesn't have to be always just stating that that diversity inclusion is important for you. There are other ways that are very impactful. And I brought one best practice example with me today, and let's take a look at it. 2019, in April, horrifying news reached the world. Brunei announced that they are implementing death penalty for same-sex intercourse. Horrifying news. Directly afterwards, many celebrities called out the globe to basically boycott Brunei. And what happened was, Deutsche Bank just next day, basically, after this particular article on the left was published, Deutsche Bank removed all hotels owned by a Sultanate of Brunei from their supplier list as a sign of support and as a sign of they are not agreeing with what is happening there. Many companies followed. For example, JP Morgan also told their staff to boycott Brunei-owned hotels. And through this common campaign, 1 month later, so in May, Brunei actually puts a moratorium on this horrifying law, so death penalty is not anymore implemented. Of course, the situation is in Brunei for LGBTIQ people is far from ideal. Homosexuality is still criminalized there, but the truth is that if companies have the courage and have the focus on pushing this agenda forward, they have the power to change the situation for the community. And there are different ways to do it, and there are many examples which confirm that sometimes really companies are more powerful than governments, and they can really change the situation in the society. And when we are talking about the well-being, here this is the topic of our conference today. Of course, you can do a lot inside of your company's walls so that the employees feel accepted and valued and welcomed. But what about their situation outside of the work, in the private lives? I really encourage you to take a look at the report that I mentioned, Channels of Influence, and it's a pleasure to be here, and I will be very happy to hear from you. Any questions, any comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Amazing session. Actually, I didn't have a lot of examples and that much data yesterday, but generally I was also talking about the importance of companies really taking care of the inclusion at the workplace. And yes, I'm so glad that today's sessions are really so full of useful advice and practical advice that companies can take up right after. So our next thing on the agenda is side-by-side guide. Vicky Hayden is Stonewall's head of global partnerships. In her 7 years at Stonewall, Vicky has always led workplace inclusion programming, including the Domestic and Global Diversity Champions program. In her current role, Vicky is responsible for the team that designs the program content, including resources such as Side by Side, a guide to building business and civil society partnerships for LGBTQI+ rights, and Stonewall's renowned LGBTQI+ workplace benchmarking exercise, the Global Workplace Equality Index. In addition to this, Vicky leads key partnerships with both intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations across the globe, including with around 30 LGBT+ organizations in other countries. Yes, and now it is my pleasure. Vicky, do you hear me? Can you? Yes, perfectly.
Perfect.
Can you share your screen as well to make sure everything works?
I think it's already shared.
Yes, perfect. Yeah, we see it. Thank you so much. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm so thrilled to be here. It's been such a fascinating day already. We are also huge fans of Proud at Work, so it's an honour to go after Joe. So yeah, my name's Vicky. I'm head of global partnerships at Stonewall. And I am really excited to talk you through one of our most recent resources, Side by Side. So the Side by Side guide was created actually slightly after an earlier launch of our Agents of Change guide. So in 2019, we launched a guide to support businesses and organizations to do advocacy better, to champion LGBT rights publicly and do that in a safe and appropriate way. And a really big part of that guide was about the importance of working with civil society organisations, so local LGBT organisations that are campaigning for equality. And we noticed that lots of organisations really love the idea of advocacy, but they had no idea about how to utilise local partnerships with organisations to do that work well. And we asked a question about this in our Global Workplace Equality Index about whether organisations have a global or a local strategy to work with LGBT organisations. And so many of them said no, and please tell us how. So we really wanted to provide them with a way to support the businesses to understand the business case about working with an LGBT civil society organisation, but also to help provide a bit of a framework and a structure to do this work properly. So the side-by-side guide is available on Stonewall's website, and it's free to download to any business or any civil society organisation. And it's written with businesses in mind. Global employers and businesses are our main audience. It's broken down into 3 key parts. The first piece is around establishing the business case for building civil society partnerships. Why is that good for your business, and what could you look to gain from it as an organisation? The next piece is around the first steps you should take. What do those first few meetings with an LGBT organisation locally look like, and how do you agree your objectives and agree to move forward? And then the last part of the guide focuses on the delivery and evaluation of those partnerships. So in the first part, when we talk about the business case, we actually take it right back to the beginning and really outline what we mean by partnerships and partnering with civil society organisations. For lots of businesses, reading this guide might be their first introduction to working with civil society, or they might have only really previously received negative association or negative attention from civil society. Perhaps something went wrong in that business and something hit the news and the civil society organisations responded. That might have been their only interaction, and they might not have had the positive opportunity to work with them to build better change for LGBT people in their locality. So we wanted to be really clear about who civil society are, and the types of organisations that businesses could look to partner with. So that's things like community groups or networks or advocacy groups or trade unions, and it would really depend on your project as to which type of civil society organisation your business connects with. Some things that we were also really keen to help businesses in particular to consider, especially in those early stages before they had decided what project to do or which organisation to partner with, is to really think quite deeply about power in those relationships and to reflect and understand where some of the imbalances of power might lie. So things like the legacy of colonialism or discriminatory laws, history of discrimination and violence, either something that your organisation historically has been a part of, or just something that you really need to be aware of as a profit-making business. Because if we don't think and talk about those power imbalances, it can later down the line really undermine the trust and limit the success of your business and your civil society partnership in action. So we really want businesses to carefully consider those things, and also just to make sure that they are putting the voices of civil society partners first and kind of leading with their priorities and the things that they tell you are happening right now. So to make sure that they are front and center, and for every business to abide by the principle of do no harm. So to make sure that whatever you do and whoever you partner with, the number one objective is that it doesn't ever negatively impact LGBT communities. And I really love this quote from Allen & Overy, which is a global law firm. So they said that even in jurisdictions where LGBTQ+ identities aren't protected, we want the workplace to be an environment where all employees can be themselves. So by partnering with local organisations in each country, we can learn from their expertise and they can provide us with the local guidance. And I think that's a really amazing reminder about not only just the importance of local partnerships, but how there isn't ever really a one-size-fits-all approach. You might have multiple partnerships with multiple LGBT organisations in one city or one country. And you'll work with all of those differently depending on your priorities, but you might also be a global business that has different partnerships in different countries, and those two will all look very different, and that's okay, and that's something to be celebrated. So also within the first part of this guide, we really wanted to make that business case really clear for businesses and organisations that are perhaps doing this work for the first time. So we want to help organisations see where the real benefits are to partnering with civil society. I think Rosanna from Equal Ground in Sri Lanka, an LGBT organisation there, sums this up really well and says that it's vital for global business to understand how the laws around LGBTIQ identities operate in all of the countries that they have offices in. Sometimes businesses are scared by the law on paper and they don't think that they can do LGBTIQ work, and it's too much of a risk, but they haven't asked us how it actually operates in practice. And I think that's such a key message, because the role of civil society is so broad, and very often as a business, they can support you with issues beyond the workplace and help you to consider things about the overall health of your business. Things perhaps like if you're thinking about setting up an office in a new location, they can advise and guide you on the human rights situation there to help inform that decision. But they might also be able to talk to you about your own internal anti-discrimination policies. But utilising a relationship with civil society to understand the law is really just one part of the story. They can also really support with opening your eyes to understanding the social attitudes towards LGBTIQ people in that country, what the levels of hate crime towards that community might be like, or what it's like to be LGBTQ and another diversity characteristic, so and to have faith, or to be a gay woman perhaps in that jurisdiction. So they can really help you understand what those layered identities look like, and what your role as an organisation might be or need to be. So civil society organisations are absolutely perfect for sharing that information, and helping you to decide the next steps. And even if civil society organisations don't have workplace programmes, they can still support you to build things like a healthcare offer for trans people, or to build that transitioning guidance. And one thing that we're really clear on is that every organisation should consider budgeting and paying for the time of civil society whenever they're able to work with them. These are the things that we really encourage organisations to prioritise when working with an LGBT organisation. These are things that LGBT groups are perfectly placed to support your business with. So developing all staff training, so helping you with the design of that training, but also helping you to deliver that LGBT training. Sometimes it's really useful for somebody from outside of your organisation to share a personal experience or to support you to deliver some of that training. They can help you with data collection exercises to make sure that you're using the right language and following local laws. They can support you to review your employee policies, your anti-discrimination policies, your parental leave policies perhaps. And they can also help you with your talent attraction. If you're an organisation struggling to attract diverse talent, or perhaps you've noticed that LGBT people aren't moving through your organisation and progressing, that's an area that they would be able to support you with. So in the second part of the guide, we look at the first steps an organisation should consider when building a relationship with a civil society partner. We really encourage organisations to plan out their objectives, to understand what their main priorities are in working with an LGBT organisation. And then we encourage them to fill out this mind map that you can see on the right-hand side. And this just really helps them to think a bit deeper about some of the more practical implications or things that they would need to consider in building a relationship with civil society. So making sure that you fully understand, or you perhaps have particular questions on the local context. Do you need to think about an intersectional awareness? Do you need to consider the role of faith communities and LGBT communities? And will this civil society partner be able to support you with that? And starting to build some questions about the information and insights that you're really keen to gather or understand from your relationship with that civil society organisation. So this mind map is available to download as part of the guide as well, so you can print that out and utilise it as many times as you like. And it doesn't just have to be related to LGBT inclusion and partnerships. You could use this mind map for lots of areas of diversity and external partnerships. So in making those first steps and contacting a civil society LGBT organisation, there are a few kind of top tips that we want to share. One of them is to make sure that you have done your research to fully understand the remit and the expertise of the organisation that you're approaching. If the organisation you're approaching is a sexual health charity, but you're actually looking for support on anti-discrimination policy, then perhaps they're not the right organisation for you, which is fine, but make sure you've done your research first. Making sure that your values align and that you both work in a way that you both feel comfortable with, and that all LGBTQ+ people are included in. And if you're struggling to find an organisation within a particular country or region, we always recommend consulting ILGA's membership list of registered LGBT organisations. And then in actually having those first meetings with your LGBT civil society partner, we've outlined some of the key things that we encourage organisations to put on the agenda for that first meeting. So being able to review your objectives and your deliverables to make sure that you're both agreed on the ways of working and how you want to communicate with each other. Talk about parts of the project that are in scope versus out of scope. So what will you hope to achieve, and what are you not working on now but might reconsider in a year or two's time? Dividing up that responsibility and making sure that everybody's clear on their role. If you're working on a joint campaign, for example, is it clear who's leading on social media and who's leading on lobbying activity? Making sure that you've both taken a risk assessment, not only of the partnership, but of the outcomes and the activities that you're hoping to do. Agreeing a timeline to make sure that it's feasible for both organisations to commit to this project right now, and making sure that there is appropriate budget put aside that you are both agreed on. And I think this is such an important thing to remember, and this is a brilliant quote from Hatter Society in Hungary. They shared with us when building this guide that employers should remember that collaborating with civil society and taking clear steps to ensure their workplace is inclusive can change people's lives. If somebody can't be out as LGBTQ+ in their family or in society, having a safe and open workplace can be hugely beneficial. And I think that is just such a really important reminder for every organisation, in that no matter what your project is, the chances are it's really going to make a positive change to somebody's life, and is really worth doing properly. And in the final part of the guide, we talk about the delivery and evaluation of your partnership. So when you're ready to do the joint activity together, or you're at the end of the project, there are some key things to consider. The very first one, before you get to the end, is about how you launch your partnership. What sort of messages do you want to share internally? And what sort of messages do you want to share about this partnership externally? And assessing things like, is it timely? Is there something going on in the external world right now that means perhaps you might need to delay this project? A vote, for a public vote, for example, a government vote, or legislative changes are perhaps reasons to consider whether it's timely and appropriate to do this project or partnership right now. Have you prepared enough FAQs, frequently asked questions? Are your internal teams on board and happy with the project? So if somebody asks your senior sponsor or director or your communications team what they think or what they feel about this partnership, are they able to authentically support it? And have you done that work to get their buy-in from the very beginning? But above all, safety is most important. Being able to risk assess the impact that delivering this partnership will have on LGBTQ+ people is most important. If you're perhaps working in a time where levels of hate crime and violence towards LGBTQ+ people are on the rise, maybe shining a spotlight on LGBT communities right now isn't the best time to do it. And maybe you need to rethink the activities that you had planned. Or perhaps it's a really perfect time to do it because you're currently campaigning for positive LGBT legislation, and you know that social attitudes support that too. This quote from IBM I thought was a really great way of summing up the balance of a partnership. So we believe that the key criteria for a successful partnership with civil society is trust, collaboration, sharing values and behaviours, and learning together. A long-term and successful partnership should be an open relationship in the sense that you're regularly communicating, developing, learning, and supporting each other's goals. And we are really keen to make sure that organisations recognise the value of a partnership to be a two-way partnership. Yes, you as an organisation might be paying a fee to support an LGBT civil society organisation, and that might be vital funds for their operations, but you're also learning and gaining so much from that time the organisation has spent with you. And ultimately, the main people benefiting from this partnership are LGBT communities in your workplace and in society. We know that organisations will come up against some challenges when working in partnership with LGBT organisations. Some of those might be wider environmental challenges, if laws are changing, or as I said earlier, perhaps violence is increasing. Then take your lead from civil society. They will tell you if this is the time to speed up or slow down your partnership or your activity, or perhaps change direction. Listen to them and protect the interests of LGBT people, you might have to do some of this work quietly for a few months and behind closed doors before you can really celebrate it publicly. But if that's the thing that keeps people safe, then that is the thing that's worth doing. Always communicate and keep those lines of communication between your business and the civil society organisation really clear. Perhaps consider assigning somebody from your team to the role of key communicator to help build that trust with the LGBT organisation. Understanding whether you've got shared goals or perhaps different goals is a really helpful exercise. It's okay if your goals are sometimes different or sometimes the same, but always acknowledge that, and also acknowledge if your goals are changing as the project or partnership develops. And then if you can't find LGBT organisations in the region, and that is the case in some of the more challenging areas for LGBT communities, there are always other things that you could be doing. Joe's presentation really highlighted the role of the UN standards, and they're a really good framework to start making some progress on if you don't have civil society to partner with in order to do so. And then the last piece is just a reminder of our key principles, and these are also all printed in the guide. To plan out your activity and your ideas before you start approaching organisations to work with. Making sure that civil society and LGBT communities have agency and always are leading the way, and that their voice is always heard. Risk assessing everything that you do to make sure that you are doing no harm or taking no unnecessary risks. Keep talking to your civil society partner, to LGBT organisations, to your own internal staff and other stakeholders that might be affected by your project or partnership. Navigate the challenges and don't avoid them. We always need to be overcoming these challenges in order to make progress. Evaluate your work at every step of the way. Are you reaching your objectives? Are you still on track to hit the goal? Do we think this project or partnership is going to achieve what we had set it out to achieve? And recognise and value the role of everybody participating in this partnership. And recognising the time it takes, the budget you might need, and all of those smaller pieces that come together to make a really brilliant partnership. So I'm sure the slides will be shared. I've inputted them into the PowerPoint here. And thank you so much for listening. Really happy to be able to share with you our side-by-side guide, and I hope it's useful in formulating your own partnerships with LGBT organisations wherever you live and work.
Thank you, Vicky. Amazing.
Thank you.
Those applause were for you. I hope you heard them.
I did. Thank you so
Perfect.
much.
Perfect. Thank you so much for this input. Actually, I've seen the report and it's really amazing, but it would be great if you can share it with the rest of our participants today.
Of course,
Yeah,
absolutely.
and we'll make sure you receive any questions that our participants might have towards you. But yeah, we're running out of time, so I have to present our next speaker. Thank you again, Vicky.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so now it's time. We're going toward the end of our conference today, and it's really a pleasure for me to end it with a Bulgarian speaker and with a good practice coming from a Bulgarian company. So I would like to invite Todor, who started his career in software development more than 20 years ago. He used to be a software developer, then a manager, and now is an information developer, gathering unique perspectives and insights with each career switch. Recently, he felt confident in his passion and expressed his passion for LGBTQ plus rights. And then he started an LGBTQ plus focused ERG with colleagues. And after that, he wrote numerous articles on the matter, published in leading Bulgarian LGBTQ online media. Please, Todor, welcome to the stage.
Thanks. So first question, do you hear me well? Okay, fine. So today, the topic of my presentation will be LGBTQ employee resource group from scratch. So I'm very honored to be the last presenter for today. It's a very good position because in the previous speeches, People touched on multiple topics, which also are part of my presentation, so I'm happy that our organization is on the right path. So, first thing first, who am I and why would you want to listen to me? So, my name is Tolor Totev. As already said, worked with Progress for more than 10 years. Have been very fortunate to have very interesting and engaging career. Interestingly, I don't have any previous experiences participating or running an employee resource group. Actually, 1 year ago, I didn't even know the words and their meaning. And again, 1 year ago, I wasn't that much involved in LGBTQ activism, so I'm likely the best person to speak on these matters. So, what we are talking about today? My personal story, how I and my colleagues started all this, what we did for the last 1 year, what we learned along the way, and finally, I will give you some tips how to be successful if you want to start your own ERG. Who is Progress, the company I work for? Essentially, a very old, very established, 40 years on the market software company, presence all over the world, which brings unique challenges to our group. Because on one side of the spectrum, we have colleagues for which gay marriages is completely done deal. And on the other end of the spectrum, we have colleges which come to us and ask, what is LGBT? So, what is an employee resource groups? For people who didn't manage to listen to previous presentations, ERG is a group within a company where people, employees, gather together based on their shared life experiences or characteristics. At Progress, currently there are 6 active ERGs, and I believe a 7th is being formed. Different people. We have ERG focused on empowering women, people from Asia and Pacific Islands, veterans, and so on and so on. Interestingly, in Progress, ERGs are open to everyone, not only to the people which they focus on, but also on allies. And personally, I think this is the right approach. First, because it gives a greater exposure. And second, it lets you work easier and faster with people and getting their different opinions into consideration. So, what are the ERGs? Why would you like to start one or join one? First and foremost, there's opportunity to make an impact on a community you care about. And this is the personal drive, personal fire in you. Second, it's a great opportunity to build your networking within a corporation, especially a multinational one, and gives you opportunity to develop your soft skills. There are always presentations to be done, being on one such. There are always events to be organized, there are mails to be written, there are colleagues to be spoken to. Also, it allows you to bring your authentic self to work. I think it was already mentioned in previous conversation, huge, huge benefit to me personal, to my colleagues, to the organization. And finally, this gives you the personal opportunity to drive change within your organization. So, the history of Plus. Last year, about this time, there was just one ERG active at Progress. This was Progress for Her. It was focused on empowering women and in the software industry and in the company. So one day, the 3 colleagues of us gathered on Teams, and we started talking. Okay, is there a place for an LGBTQ-focused group? Can we do this? Is there something we can improve in the organization? And of course, judging from our photos, we spoke about the elephant in the rooms. We were 3 persons with very similar backgrounds. And finally, we decided that it's important to start something, build a community, and let the community represent itself. And we don't care about trying to represent the other people of the LGBTQ community. So we said, okay, let's start it out, run along the way, and to learn what to do. Something which we did first, and I personally believe was very, very important to the success of our group, was that we sat down and created our mission statement, something like the constitution for the ERG. And the exact words on my presentation, they are not important to you, they are important just to us as a group in the cultural context of progress as a company. But if you start an ERG, write down this statement, put down what matters to you, and then let it guide your decisions what to do and what not to do, because the last thing is even more important. There is like millions of things you want to do. Pick your battles, make your time count. So, what we did in the last 1 year. Officially, we started on November 18th last year. This was not a random date for people who do not know. This is the LGBTQ plus Pride in STEM Day. And I would like to spend 30 seconds on talking about this because the LGBTQ community have plenty of people and plenty of reasons to be proud for their involvement in the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields. I would like to especially to mention Lynn Conway, who was a trans woman. He transitioned in the early 80s, last century. And if you get your phones out of your pockets, or for people who are online, just look at your devices. The chip inside, it is created by either directly by the technologies she developed or by people who studied her books in the university. So her work is essential for everyone in our modern day. Back to the Progress Plus. So we were surprised to have an overwhelmingly positive reaction. I think in like 24 hours, we have more than 20 people who contacted us and said we would like to join the ARG. So it was really, really empowering. We did multiple sessions inside the ERG on various topics. So on this conversation, we strive to have a very welcoming, very open atmosphere so that people can feel empowered to be stupid, ask stupid questions, which is important, and of course, to be themselves. Some of the topics we started was coming out at work, talking to your colleagues from the team. We were especially happy to learn that there are parents of LGBTQ children who came to us and asked us, okay, how to be a better parent to my children? How can I help them in their lives? Also, we did a session with a guest speaker where we discussed the problems trans people face in their workspace. We use the opportunity presented by the Pride Month to do some more focused company-wide events. We created Mail Blast, where we discussed why it is good for people to share their pronouns in a business setting. I think Vesi already did a great presentation on the why. We also created multiple internal articles which we keep on our internal SharePoint server so people can read them at their pace and be educated. And luckily for all of us, COVID situation was good enough, so the entire Sofia team was able to go in person on Sofia Pride, which was absolutely awesome experience. So, what went extremely well in the last 1 year? As I said, we had a clear vision and mission what to do and what not to do. We knew our strengths, we knew what is our focus, we did what made us happy. Next, we had a support from the executive level staff. So it's normal for an ERG to have one or multiple executive sponsors. So these people are very experienced, very wise, they have much knowledge. Use them well, listen to their advice, listen to their concerns. On the other hand, usually these people are not part of the LGBTQ community. So it's good to be proactive and go to them, engage with them, and talk to them about the topics of the LGBTQ people. Also, your ERG will be part of the larger ecosystem of your company. So reach out to your colleagues from other teams. Probably your people team or human resources team would be the first stop, but do not stop there. Go to the designers, go to the product managers, go to the product marketing managers, go to the lawyers, and get their experience, work with them. They will be more than happy to help you. Also, if your company have other existing ERGs, share your experience with them, ask them for help. Again, they will be very happy to help you. Next, when you talk inside your ERG, make this atmosphere of openness, allow your people to learn, respect when they are not familiar with the given topic, allow them to be stupid, to make mistakes, to ask that bad questions, be patient, answer these questions. And last but not least, we had multiple allies. Again, our ERG is open to everyone. So allies brought with them their experience, their questions, so we were better together. There were some unforeseen issues along the way. So first and foremost, turned out this is like a second job to me. Of course, as an employee, my work tasks are first priority, but then I'm also a volunteer, and then I have different set of tasks. So it was very important to plan and to have time and resource management skills. Also, as I already touched on, there are people coming from different professional background, from different culture background, from different legal frameworks. Some people will be interested in something, some people will be interested in other things. Some people won't be interested in something, some people won't be interested in other things. You need to address all this and do it. How to do this? Empower your colleagues, but I will talk a little bit more about this later. Turned out that people in the company are hesitant to talk to us. It's obvious sexual orientation, gender identity is not something which is written on our foreheads, and people usually strive to keep their personal and professional lives somewhat separate. So there were multiple LGBTQ people who contacted us in private and said, okay guys, I would like to join, but this maybe is coming out at work and I'm not ready for this conversation. On the other hand, there were people who said, we are allies, we support you, but if we join us, then our colleagues will come to us and say, okay, you are part of the LGBTQ, what's going on, and how do we bridge this topic? What to talk to our colleagues? And how to solve these problems? Honestly, I don't have the recipe. So this is my question to you. If you have tips and advice, please write down an email to me or contact me on my LinkedIn. I'll be extremely happy to get your advice. So, my tips for starting an ERG. So, if there's something which I'll be extremely happy to leave in your heads after I stop talking, this would be this slide and the next few sentences I say. Do not expect that when you will start it and you had the company to be LGBTQ inclusive place in 1 week. Nope. Set in motion systems and processes and be ready to play the long game. You will need time and effort. Build a team. When people join your ERG, they will have different professional backgrounds. They will have different cultures. They will have different life experiences. Use their strengths to your advantage. Empower them, find what works for them, and give them the tasks which will make them happy. Talk to your executive sponsors. Again, I already talked about this. Do it, you will be happy with the results. Reach out to other teams in the company. If you have a look at this presentation, actually there were 4 teams which created it. And something which worked extremely well for me, I joined as an ally another ERG. First, it let me sit down, learn, shut my mouth down, and learn about the problems and issues of other people. I choose to join Aspire, our Asian-focused community, simply because I'm very engaged with the different Asian cultures, and I just jumped from joy on the opportunity to speak to people and to learn more about their lives. Second, this actually gave me the experience as an ally so that I can be a better communicator to the allies of the Plus ERG. So I hope that I managed to bring a spark in you to either create or join an ERG in your organization. I'll be extremely happy to help with some tips if I can, and of course to listen to your advice, so please contact me on these contacts. Thanks.
Yeah, it is amazing. And I believe it was Helen Keller that said that alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. And I hope that today actually proved that we are definitely better together. And for the closing of today's conference, I would like to invite back Moni Simeon, our founder and amazing person that actually put this conference together. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this.
Of course, always. Thank you so much. Is my mic on? All right. So as Sophie said, we are better together. And it's been, I cannot believe that it's been a day. It feels like time passed so quickly. So a round of thanks again for all our partners in the Prevent project, Glass, Abilities, Ivv, Savaria, and Hugo Portugal. To Lonchi, our amazing tech supporters, Stefan and Sveti, to Avi and Boris, our sign language translators, to all of you who stayed here during the day. It was amazing to be able finally to physically engage with people. And that's it. That's it from the International Forum, from today's event. I hope we are setting up a new way into the development of D&I in different organizations. So speak to us. Thank you also to everyone who interacted on the platform for all the shared advices, reports. There was already quite an active chat. We're going to make use of that for sure. All the presentations will be available on our website next week. And the video of today will be also uploaded on YouTube. There will be pictures coming up, so follow our channels. We are better when we work together better. So, because we are different. So thank you so much and enjoy your night. Bye-bye.
Before you go to work tomorrow, let us introduce you to the latest data from the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights. In the past 5 years, every fifth employee in the European Union has felt discriminated at work. Every second LGBTQ employee has been a victim of harassment and threats. Every third trans and intersexual person has been abused. One in 5 employees quit because of their differences. One of every 4 employees in the European Union hides their sexuality in the office. Every 10th of the respondents has been discriminated at a job interview. The policy of inclusion of different people leads to a healthier atmosphere and better results at work. Read carefully the European Directive, whose objective is to encourage measures of improvements of the safety, health, and well-being of employees working in the European Union. Because we're different, together we work better.